What is going on, everyone? It's David Palmer, the Leo King, and Natalie Sady here for full disclosure on this Virgo beginning season, these crazy times of 2024. Also, the last show of these High Vibe TV studios, the new ones we're moving into next week. What's going on, Natalie?
A lot, as you know, in terms of everything that you're going through.
Right.
Everything feels like it's all over the place. Mercury retrograde is doing its thing in such a hard way. And I always talk about my sleeping. The sleep and the dreams are back to just an insane level.
Oh.
And it feels like every day the news cycle is turning over at an incredible rate. And the stories this past week, because we didn't know if we were going to make it here to do the show because we had so much going on, and we're getting ready for the sale tomorrow, all of these things. And it's been such a massive week that realistically I think it would have been wrong for us to not come in and at least do a version. Oh, they're saying my mic isn't working.
Yeah, no, I just fixed it.
Okay.
But it's going to have to be closer, unfortunately.
Okay, that's all right. I'll hold it like I'm a rock star. Is this better?
I don't know why you're not coming in strong at all. We tested too.
We did test it. I haven't touched it.
Mercury retrograde. Try it now.
Okay, am I coming through?
You're like super capped off. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Are we swapping mics? Okay, testing.
No, you're still not coming in.
Is it the cord?
No, it's just if you want to keep talking to keep this thing so it's not the worst live show.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if we had
moving studios. Like there's nothing left. You can tell them that there's nothing left here.
Yeah, everything has been cleared out. Anyone that's been to the studio before, the offices have been dismantled. This one's getting dismantled as soon as we're done with this live stream. So it's all happening, and we did do sound checks prior.
I got it.
Okay, there we go. We did do sound checks prior to starting, and we thought we had this all set up and ready to go. So we apologize. Mrs. D, it unchecked itself. Okay. All right. So back to what I was saying. Intense energies.
Yeah, sorry, everybody. That's how you do it on the fly. Good stuff.
Crazy dreams, massive news cycle, all at a time when we're out in the studio packing everything up, getting ready for the sale tomorrow.
I know.
So anyone that's in Southern California and you need, I don't know, bits of everything, We've got
I mean, yeah, there's
equipment,
so
we've
much
got
stuff
decor,
here.
we've got furniture.
It made me realize, like, I do look like I'm on that show Hoarders, and I'm the hoarder. And my moon in Taurus, like with Uranus on my moon right now, I'm like, do I keep this? It's 10 years old. No, I had to throw it away. I don't have a problem with throwing it away or whatever, but
Yeah.
I can't believe I've collected this much shit.
So this is the whole thing, and I've said this, I know I've said it to Anne because we've been talking every day about all of this stuff, but when my mum passed and we were going through her house, so it was 40 squares, so that's 4,000 square feet.
Right.
We started going through it. She lived in that house for 30 years. We as her kids moved in and out, but when there's that much space, you don't even realize. It doesn't seem cluttered, but you fill up the space. You just do. You've got cupboards and drawers and things like that, and things get put in there. And if you're not utilizing all of that space every day,
I know.
it fills up, and it's a process to go through it all and clear it out.
Especially when it's 13,333 square feet. It's so weird that it's all those threes, but it's weird when it's like, I spent 7 years moving things in. Nothing really moved out of here.
No.
So
but
imagine
because
filling
there
up a
was
space that
space.
big for 7 years, and then you have to move it out in a month. It's been 3 weeks, and even tonight I'm pulling probably an all-nighter just because this is the last office. It has to all be put out there. This is all getting repainted. This is my music studio too. Like, this is like the room I did all the hyper gates at the beginning in, and a lot of people saw my dailies out of here where you're sitting actually.
Yeah.
But it was like shot to where they saw a little different. Look at how funny. I have you next to VHS tapes.
Yeah.
Like, people were probably like, wait, what?
Do you have a VHS player?
Oh, I have a player. I have a
'Cause I do-
recorder. I have it all.
I have a VHS player in Melbourne, and people kept saying, why do you still have it? And it's still in storage because I refuse to get rid of it because I've got a couple of things that are on VHS that I can't get anywhere else. And so...
Those are all home recordings and stuff, or shot on cameras, and I convert them digitally, or high eights, or But yeah, so it's been, full disclosure, I really was not having a good time until I found the new location today. Imagine all this stuff, throwing a bunch of it away, selling it all, and then also with the business and the company, and like, where's it all going? And I have to be out of here in less than a week. I'm like, finally found the spot today, finally made a deal. That's why I'm all dressed up.
I know. I come in dressed in stuff to sort of work and move things. And David knew, or I think he knew, because I'd said to Anne, I'm coming in leggings and a tank top like we're doing this. And I walk in and he's in his velvet jacket. And then I remembered what you'd been doing earlier.
Yeah, it has. Oh, fuck. I tell people in spirituality all the time that, how to get through stuff. And then the universe comes once in a while to somebody who does this work and goes, let's see you do it, bitch. Like, in the hardest ways.
Yeah.
And for me, it's been that for the last, I would say, year. And the best ways, too. But it's just been, having the way to this place was something I will take with me, but I won't miss.
Yeah. It's a lot. And
it's a lot. When it takes 3 weeks to just get through this stuff, and we're not even through it all yet. So much shit to build a spiritual center, and people are like, oh, he doesn't really, is he really an astrologer? Is he successful? Because I'm like the outcast now of the astrology community, especially. But what's funny is they're all in their apartments still.
I was saying to my sister on the drive down here, I said, I'm so happy we get to do one last show. And then I started getting emotional and I said,
I'm so excited for the move. I'm ready for new energy and just... There is something to be said. I mean, you're someone that's forever changing the set and moving spaces around, because you even say to have that change in energy is so important. You don't want to stagnate. But there is a sadness at letting this place go. And I realize it hasn't been mine for the last 7 years, but I've been here for, I think, over 3 at this point.
Oh yeah, we met. I was doing your show. I did
Well,
your show
we met back in 2018.
2018. So I think it was at the it was 2021.
Yeah, when I first came in.
Yeah.
But there's Bumble memories here. I was telling her how we would come in the door and Bumble would ditch me the second he heard your voice or saw you, and I'd watch the two of you walk off together.
I know he actually used to love this couch I'm sitting on.
He'd get mad if there were too many people in here.
Right. Well, because I made this as a real music studio, made all the house tracks, and then would have sessions with people just to make music in here. Because people don't realize when you run a network, you have to make the music yourself. You just don't buy music, right? You make the music. So I make all the music that you hear.
Yeah.
And so, it's like you have to do all that, to run what it is. And I think that's a problem in the spiritual community now, is they're not ready to do all that stuff. What do you mean you have to make the music for the graphics that you have to make to everything you have to trademark your own and do it at your own to have a network like this? And I think taking this time to move for me has been I've learned a lot of lessons. I'm happy that this week was the most hardest of it, because that DNC was the most weirdest thing I've ever watched in my whole life.
I've only seen clips of things because I actually couldn't stomach a lot of it. The thing which I saw, and I saw this yesterday, and I didn't actually believe that it was real. Nancy Pelosi talking about how those in Congress are reptilian and they need to be cold-blooded to make the decisions that they do.
I think somebody dubbed that.
No, I thought so too, because the first one I saw, it was all off, but then I saw another version. Unfortunately, because we're in the process of moving, we can't share our screens. But no, I saw another version, and it looks like it's legit.
I don't think it is.
You don't?
No.
I initially thought it was dubbed as well, but the second version I saw, I was like, it sounds like she's talking into one of those mics and...
Well, I'm partners in Astro Mystic. It's a full AI astrology and all that. And me, when it comes to AI, I could do anything. I know how to make crazy shit happen if I wanted to, right? Trust me, somebody dubbed that shit.
Well, they did a good job.
Because she just wanted to say...
Well, you wouldn't think, but seriously...
Unless somebody shows me on the official... whatever newscast that was, from that actual site or website, or the video is on their YouTube, then it's real. That's the only way I take it. But then what's crazy is there's a lot of AI shit on the what's real shit.
So, okay, here's my question for you. What do you think of Tim Walz?
Very hard to digest as even possibly being near the White House. He's very... the problem with him is that I don't like fake. So what makes him interesting is his sly way of I admire that he was in the National Guard. But the way that he talks about being in, and all of the people that were in his unit with him confirming that, when it came to going to war, and then when he was running for Congress, all the C-SPAN videos of him saying, oh yeah, and then I was part of the war and I was doing here and I was using that. Or then he used it as, all the guns of war that I used in war, right, to get rid of guns. Then the way that he just overly is the blubbing weird dad who really he's not. He's the weird dad. Did you see the way he was holding his kid's hand?
His son,
and yanking him through? And the way that he also at the same time acts like it's so funny. He's a self-projection of like himself. Like he's projecting what he is on others. Like they're weird. It's like, no, that motherfucker is weird.
But they're the party of joy, David.
Well, and I have a big question because it's very controversial. And I've actually been like, you know what? I put up a post on Facebook about the beginning of with this Kamala Waltz, right, thing about the AI stuff, right? And then people blasted my Facebook and shit like, I can't believe you go down all these rabbit holes and shit. I'm like, excuse me?
What was the question that you asked?
Like, the crowd's not moving except for like 2 to 3 people out of the 50,000. There were 4,000 cell phones there. So there were people there.
There absolutely were.
There was 4,000 people there though.
Okay.
Right? Okay. They made it look like 50. The pictures that people were doing that are part of the DNC that they posted were AI. Right? Showing it. The weird random car that's mixed in with the people. The reflection of the plane is not of a hangar or people, but of mountains.
No, I thought it was of the hangar, but it was empty.
No, it's of mountains.
Oh, okay.
Right? And the way that you can tell whenever you see them speak, or even the night prior when she came out to announce Tim Waltz, the background is so green screen in the way that they're stepping out. Like they do in movies all the time, but they actually do it better in movies. But I think because they're trying to make it the way that he overly waves or does these points where they're not going to his person. That if people really take the time and go, is this really real? Because it's weird. It's like they get people there. And it's like, why don't you just show the people there instead of like augmenting it? So it's like weird. They're not like full blown faking it. And that's how Tim Waltz is as a person. So it makes kind of spiritual sense to me. But and even the DNC, there was some really weird stuff. If you watch her speech, Harris's speech, I think it was last night. There's no shot of her far away without her being clear. It's just a blub. On the highest definition you can find anywhere, there's no clarity. The balloons at the end, they morph into these weird, like, blob things, which is, AI has a problem with motion. So what they're doing is that they're using green screen and using AI video to augment and then putting themselves in live on like a green screen set, walking up to the stage and all that stuff. And then when they're on stage, you always notice that they overly blur the background out for her. Right? And that's something that you would do by using a cinema camera and so forth. But the other weird thing about the DNC with her is only one camera was clear on her. Every other camera is all flubbed. So everything's blending into itself. I'm not saying people aren't there either, because there were.
Well,
but it's like, why? Okay, they got hundreds of millions of dollars just from this. Why have one actual real camera and all the rest be worse than my Android or my iPhone?
Well,
it's more of a question I'm asking instead of that I know for sure.
Well,
But
I mean,
there's too many holes.
I grant you that there are holes, but I mean, it obviously happened because people like Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh and all of them were all there. Matt
Correct.
Walsh crashing a Schumer interview in his disguise for his new movie that he's releasing cracked me up so much. Just
and James
him.
O'Keefe too.
Was he there?
Yeah, he confronted the Act Blue about all the donations for the last 2 years. That's what he's been doing since he went to OMG. And the girl kind of recognized him because he put on a full Kamala with a mask on with glasses and then brought his buddy and was like, this is my partner, but we're also partners in business. We want to donate to like lots of people, but like just through us. like started asking that and then got somebody else and then finally came out and revealed himself, and then they tried to throw him out for harassment, but then they didn't because he started asking the guards questions, and they're like, oh no, we're getting away, because he was like, are you voting for Harris? And they're like, well, we're not going to talk to you, which is kind of funny because actually it means that they're not. It's like, so it's really interesting though that because there are people there, but it's the way that they're, the best way I could put it would be like, women love filters on Instagram or for a picture. Imagine now you can make things look a little bit more filled out, make things a little bit more controlled, because one of the weirdest parts is when you're watching Kamala's speech at the beginning, when they go to like Gavin Newsom and they go to Nancy Pelosi, you'll see them in this really weird, like, it doesn't make sense from a camera angle, like up close, and then everything's all blurred out and weird, and then like there's weird pixel people popping up and stuff. It's like they wanted to control the reactions.
There was
that's what's weird. And even the people they zoom up in on, like, oh my God.
There was one thing where they said to the crowd, are you going to vote for Trump? And people were screaming no. And then they said, and are you going to vote for Harris? And they cut to a younger guy. He looked, I don't know, late teens, early 20s. And he was screaming no. And that was to the question, are you going to vote for Harris? So that was funny because that went around. But talking about people looking better, Hillary looked...
that's where the augmenting can come in.
Yeah, it looked like 20, 30 years had been taken away from her. And people were pointing out that her mole seemed to be missing on her lip that she normally has. Kamala certainly looked better than she's looked in a long time. If you think about the State of the Union speeches and all the memes and videos and things that went around of her sort of sitting behind him because she looked so rough, and now, you know, she's
rough. Wow, rough.
I'm trying.
You know, it's funny. I've never looked at her as like, what does she look like to me? Like as if, like, she's just been a person to me. Like I'm just like, meh.
No, but after the State of the Union, everyone was talking about her neck. There were questions as to
there
was
are
it
weird
really her?
Things about that.
But so my point is, on that stage and in those videos, she looked a lot softer, just like Hillary did. And the fact that they had Joe Biden on so late on night one, and also throughout this entire thing, we've heard that they're the party of joy. We know that they hate Trump because that's all that they've said over and over and over again. And the pushing of Agenda 2025, which it's very clear that Trump has no association with that at all. And yet they brought it out in book form. There was that woman, I don't even know who she is, that kept doing the weird thing with her.
Yeah, that redhead lady.
Yeah, because she came out with the book Agenda 2025 as well.
I think she had a cocktail party with Jean-Pierre and with circling back with a couple Jen Psaki's. But, you know, you're right, because CNN had to fact check that. And what's really weird is there was a lot of things that were like Biden especially, his whole speech was about things that he kept saying, like, I got in the race because what Trump said about Charlottesville. It's like, that's been proven even by Snopes, which is super left fact checkers, being like, no, actually, Trump didn't say that in that context, because he goes, and I'm not talking about the white nationalists or any of them. I condemn them. Those are a piece of craps, right? And it's like they just let Biden go up there and say all that all the time. And it's really weird because like more and more people keep on Twitter, Instagram, like showing people who believe it, like the actual stuff, and they go, oh. I know this is bridging to the RFK thing today, which is huge. This is the big thing. But I think looking at that DNC, there was something that just felt very dark, and I'm going to go there. It reminded me of like 2021, 2022, when we had the Surgeon General on green screen, and we had the "you're gonna die if you don't take the vax," and that weird feeling of that plasticky like world of the vaccine push. Felt like that the whole thing.
Well, the whole medical side of it, because the reality is throughout this entire thing, they did not talk about policy at all, which that blows my mind. How can people not care? And then there have been plenty of independent and right-wing journalists asking people about policy and all of that, and I'm yet to find anyone or see anyone that can actually talk about Harris's policies and what it is she wants to do. As everybody keeps pointing out, she keeps saying she's going to fix all these things, but they're things that for the last 3 years we've been told are not a problem.
Right.
So if they're not a problem and you haven't done anything in the last 3 years, 3.5 years to fix it, what is it that's going to be different? So I find that really interesting. The hyper focus on reproductive rights and all of this, and I get it, the Roe v. Wade thing, but again, what people keep talking about how Trump took it away. Trump wasn't in power when Roe v. Wade was overturned, and he even said in an interview today, it's not about taking abortion away, it's about giving the rights back to the states. That's it.
And for the people to make the votes. I mean,
right?
To me, I have to describe to people because they're so lost. Nevada loves gambling and to sell alcohol 24/7 and for you to smoke indoors at a casino or even in your hotel room, or prostitution. It's the only state that does all votes. No other state does. So the federal government doesn't tell, right? Like when you get to the Nevada Gaming Commission, that's Nevada that has its own gaming commission. New Jersey also has that too, right? Because they have casinos and so forth that aren't Native American or Indian, right? So that is how you have to look at the situation, because they're trying to say that Trump's going to nationally ban abortions. He can't. Neither can Kamala Harris, who's saying, I'm going to, as day one, nationalize that you can all have an abortion everywhere. It's like, well, you can't do that, because if you could, why wouldn't have Joe Biden already done it right now?
Yeah. Or Obama before him.
Right. So that's the hard part, is like people aren't seeing that actually the nationalization aspect is actually through Kamala. And Trump's just like even said, I'm not going to ban it because I can't, and I don't want to ban it. I believe in if you got incest or raped or, whatever. And so it's really weird that they're just saying, well, you know what? He's probably lying. But they don't say that. They just say he's going to do this. They don't even claim that he's saying he's like, what they should say is, well, he's saying he's going to do it, but we don't believe he will. But instead they're going and they're sidestepping it by just being like, no, he's going to do it. He said he's going to do it. He's like, no, they never said it.
But they've said that Trump is going to do a lot of things that, he's going to shut networks down. He's going to stop people from being able to vote. So many things that are just made up. Just things that have never been said, never been discussed. We didn't know about
censorship until really the last year of Trump's presidency and COVID, and that was through the social media companies. But then when Biden got in those first days, he got in all the heads of the CIA and even HHS and even the IRS and stuff and said, go after people and start censoring. And that's where RFK just won from the Supreme Court, or a federal judge just gave him that and said, this is the worst act against the First Amendment that I've ever seen and that probably has ever been done. And so people have to realize, like, the censorship is crazy. And the fact that they're pushing that hard on the left, and it's not the Democratic Party anymore. It's turned into some
socialist organization.
I'm calling it the Southern Democrats of 1860, but yeah, because we're in the astrology of that, where they've split And what they did with RFK and not allowing him to even be part of the Democratic primary, which they did to Bernie Sanders in 2016 by saying in court too, well, we make the rules, so we wanted Hillary, so it doesn't matter. Then anybody voting that side, you're voting for like a group that's like choosing an audition and at the last minute being like, well, we actually wanted you, but we made you think that we were going to pick them. It's wild. And I think that it's really a weird moment here because I think I labeled this something like unity in all the weird ways. There's this huge unification over wanting to be propagated by propaganda and just wanting, when they say, we're not going back, you know what I hear that as? We're not going back to a republic and a constitution and on anything. That's what so they use spells. That's what they're doing. Because they don't get specific. They just say, we're not going back. That's their slogan. Or at least with Trump, it's make America great again. Okay. It's a positive message. It's not positive to say we're not going back. Right? It's a very negative way to look at anything. Like, we're not going back? Like, to what? Oh, they try to make you think we're not going back into the way that Trump thinks of going back to America. It's like, Trump's not saying, like, we're going back. He's just saying, like, make America, which was already great, back to it being as great as it can be without having all these crazy regulations, censorship, and all these weird, from the health aspect, or especially all the crazy shit in our legal system and how it's been taken over, and then our dollar, the wars. I mean, it goes on. The fact that none of that was addressed, and then how many people were for Palestine protesting, and did you see the video of the people leaving the DNC with their fingers in their ears? Like, I don't want to hear these people.
The protesters?
Yeah, like it was like Hunger Games, like straight up, like, we're from the district. Like, you guys are all like, whatever, I forgot what the district was called. It's called someplace. But it's like, they just don't even care. And then there's uncontested delegates, and that was the whole other crazy thing, was they didn't reveal till the day it started that there were delegates that were contested, that they have not put their delegates in, right? That were all because of what's going on with Israel and Palestine. And they were like, we need Harris to give a commitment, and she didn't in the speech, and they went crazy in the streets last night. But the other thing too, is at the very beginning of the DNC, they said, they have to say it out loud, we've changed the rules of the Rules Committee, that this is just ceremonial because we already did this online, which you couldn't see, right? So, and who knows if they recorded it or not, but all the delegates of all the states that said, okay, we're putting for Harris or whatever, we don't know what really happened. And so all of that, when they named the delegates, was ceremonial. The rules and all these committees that they have to do, and then the Democratic platform has to get approved on. It's just yays or nays, right? That was ceremonial. All of it was ceremonial. They say it at the very beginning.
It reminds me of Chuck's coronation. You know, there's a certain amount of ceremony that happens, but then the screen goes up. You're not to see.
That's true.
There's so much that's hidden from the public at the moment. And with each administration, we keep being told the most transparent, but there seems to be more and more that is being hidden. But it's deceitful in how they're hiding it.
I mean, take, for example, in the middle of it, the Bureau of Labor comes out and goes, we're retracting 818,000 jobs since March of 2023. Almost 1 million jobs. And that's all the number that Biden has been bragging about for the last 2 years. Like, we are creating millions of jobs. No, you didn't. And that happened in the middle of it. Then the fact that Democrats on the floor of the DNC, when asked by the media, were like, I don't believe that. Trump lies. They're like, what do you mean? That wasn't Trump. This is actually the Bureau of Labor. And plus, at the same time as the DNC has been the federal, the Fed chairs, you know, down in Wyoming and doing the whole, like, they do the summer meeting. And that's because of all that stuff going on. And I can't even believe that people can't see that they, what else are they lying about too? We already have been asking that for a million times. What else are they lying about? And I honestly, I was like, this is just, and that's how I know that there's so much deception, because of the fact that, like, in the middle of it, the universe knows a good way to always wake people up. And it's like, hello, they lied to you. There are no jobs that were being created. The manufacturing ones they bragged about actually didn't happen. It's actually worse. The farm payrolls, worse. Especially, like, there is no more, the people that have lost their jobs the most are white collar, meaning like office job people and all that. And people are working 2 to 3 jobs to stay alive. So to me, it's like, this is insane that they don't even talk about that. And they just were trying to run on everything's great. Or like, did you see Chris Cuomo on?
I was going to bring it up. Yeah.
That was like.
And I really dislike Chris Cuomo, and especially recently when he was on Patrick Bet-David, when he was on the panel with,
Right.
Was it Dave Smith? Is that the comedian that roasted him and called him out and got them to play the clips back to Chris, who was denying the things he'd said. And then when it was shown to him, he then doubled down. But yeah, he came out and said, listen, we can't ignore this. And he pointed out all the boxes, all the corporate boxes at the very top of the stadium or whatever arena they were in, and said, those are the billionaires. Those rooms start at $500,000 and go up from there. And they are looking down, and that is who the Democratic Party is beholden to. Now, he did make a point of saying it's the same in the Republican Party, and I totally agree with that. And he said, this is the reality that no one can ignore. And if you look at the way the DNC was talking, they hate billionaires, but then they applaud when billionaires come out on the stage and talk about how great Harris and Waltz are. They were trashing people who are Yale educated.
Right.
But then there was something like 6 or 8 people on the stage that were all educated at Yale. But they're
or
okay.
Other Ivy League schools.
Yeah. So you've got all of this stuff. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all for show. It's so disingenuous. And the reality is that I think Chris's point is one of the greatest ones from all of this. And it's not, I mean, we talk about it every week on this show, but those people in those boxes that nobody knows who they are. We do not know.
Right. They're all hidden.
Exactly. Again, everything's behind, but those are the people that are pulling the strings. Those are the people that give the big money to the candidates and to the party, and that's how they're tied in to making certain decisions.
Did you see the prices of them for her?
Well, they started
were outrageous.
they started at $500,000 and went up from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's crazy is the way Chris Cuomo framed it, which I thought was very good, was she's sitting there and all the DNC is saying, we're going to come after corporation greed. Yet, why are those big corporate powers buying those seats for millions, 5 million, and all the media too? Because Newsmax was like, is that what it is? Not Newsmax, it's I forgot what it's called.
Maybe it is
No, it's like Nation something.
One News Nation.
Yeah, something like that. No, that's
that's not
another
it.
right-wing one. It's more. Anyway, the way that he framed it too is like, you really think those people are sitting up there just wanting to get lectured about how they're going to get their money taken away? No, it's more like pay to play.
Absolutely.
And so it's kind of scary, because I'm thinking too, like I said about the jobs numbers, the other thing that came out was like Kamala on the Friday prior said, oh, I'm going to do this price gouging thing with grocery stores, which is only 1% to 2% that they make. And on CNBC and on all the big liberal business networks, when one of the representatives for Kamala, who's a Democrat in the House, was like, oh, this is going to be great and all that, they pushed back and went, are you kidding me? This isn't unity. This is divisive. This has only happened in North Korea, China, Russia. This is not unifying at all. and got in a fight with him. So, like, if people, for me, I'm at a place where, like, if anybody can't see this, and we haven't even got to the RFK thing, because that is just like, now we're at a point to where you're on the Titanic if you're over there now.
Well, I do want to talk about one last thing before we move over to the RFK thing, and that's all the taxes that the Democrats are talking about.
Yeah.
So they want an almost 50% tax on long-term capital gains.
Yeah, I think it's 44%.
Yeah, so it's close to 50. I'm rounding up.
And then unrealized.
And 25% on unrealized. That's a way. I mean, RFK has been talking about how they want to destroy the middle class for a long time, but that's a way to do it. The middle class, are buying their homes and trying to pay them off to be able to pass them down to their kids or build their own wealth for retirement, whatever it may be. But to be taxed on unrealized gains, that will destroy the entire middle class.
Well, think of all the home prices over this inflation. Most people, if they own a home, have gained 20% value. So let's say you had a $500,000 home and it's up now to $700,000. Well, that's an unrealized gain.
Mm-hmm.
So then the government's going to be like, it's not like, oh, I'll just pull that out with a loan. No, we needed the cash. Which is crazy, because then what are people going to do? And so if you look at that, it's really dark, because I've said since day one, they're trying to crash the dollar, and then they're going to use everybody in their homes and the value of the mortgages and all the properties. And I think do like a reverse like a reverse mortgage on every, it doesn't matter by age, but be like, okay, by the time that you die and you're the owner, we take the house. Like that's going to be the new currency. Like that's the worst case scenario, but like you can see how they're already starting that.
But what people don't realize, and especially college-aged kids, because they're not out in the world, they think about this socialistic sort of utopia that they're told about. Once you get out into the world and you start working hard for your money and all of this, and at the moment they keep thinking, tax the rich, get it from the billionaires, don't, like, they shouldn't have all this money. And I was watching a debate between Charlie Kirk and this girl that hated, I think she hated Amazon. And so he was talking to her about Amazon, and she...
You mean all these public companies that citizens own too?
Correct. But she's standing there with her Starbucks cup. So Charlie Kirk goes, okay, so we hate Jeff Bezos. She's like, yes. And he says, all right, do you hate, and he names the guy that started Starbucks. And she's like, why would I hate him? And Charlie said, because he's a billionaire. Same thing. She's like, well, no. And she was trying to justify why it was different. And then, then she was getting mad. Well, he's getting rich off the labor of these people. And he said, no, he's offering them jobs. There is a difference here. And she said, well, what can I do? And he said, well, you stop going to Starbucks. There are plenty of local coffee places you could go to, but you're choosing to go to big business. So they're not understanding their part in all of this, but in terms of how they support these industries that they despise. And there are ways to work around that and go to smaller companies. The other thing is, they, in their minds, this socialistic world will take from those really rich people and give to them and other people. What they don't realize is they may start, they're saying they're going to start with the rich, but socialism is about everybody being equal. It's all about equality.
Right.
So it means you've got to give up what you have as well. And every time that's put to them, they freak out.
Well, it's more like equity, yeah.
Oh, sorry, equity. Thank you. So you go through all of this and they don't freaking get it, and they're looking at it in such a short-term way. No, because we'll take from them and everything will be fine. That's not how it works. Even if they do start with the wealthier portion of the population, then all of a sudden the government or whoever gets used to having that amount of money, and then they start working their way down. Well, we'll just go for the next income bracket. But eventually...
Well, because they go give the money away to Ukraine, or they go give the money away to some other place that they wash the money through, and then they're not paying the debt.
Correct. There's a reason why socialism has not worked anywhere else, and why it won't work if implemented here. But my point with all of this is, so these college students that own nothing are looking at this unrealized gains tax and going, it's fine, because for them at this moment, it doesn't apply to them.
No.
But they don't understand that what that means is buying your first house is already so difficult to attain. Totally get it. But once you get it, you then have to factor in this unrealized gains tax for the rest of your life. And they don't seem to comprehend this.
While raising the corporate tax, and the way that they did it was sneaky. It's at 21% with Trump, but that's phasing out as far as how you write things off this year, coming up next year, and so forth, to where it really doesn't become 21% anymore off write-offs. But what's interesting is all those kids, right, when they're going to go get a job, well, that affects wages, but more importantly, if you're in a state, like most states, then there's an income tax and a corporate tax from your state. So you add that on top. If you take from 1940 to now, the average tax rate is like 34% for corporations, right? Well, because after World War II, it was in the 50s, like 58%. The only way that we saw the world flourish was when they came down. Now, it's really interesting to see that it's down, but then they've gone and created this inflation. And so by bringing everything up, and when deflation happens and we lose all the values of things, then that's when a depression hits, is deflation too. It'll be so high, nobody can get anything. Like, nobody's... And so, like, there's a huge choice at this moment. Like, are you really getting the picture? And even the way the founding fathers, after they had their debates about the Constitution, almost a decade after winning against the English, almost a decade, these were the conversations had about tariffs. Like, the money, there was no tax like on individuals. It was like, no, the country will place tariffs on trade. And what causes war is all these trade wars that turn, like with the Russia situation, like, because of that, in doing sanctions, now you have BRICS. Now you have all these people pissed off, blowing up Nord Stream and acting like we didn't do it, causes all these problems. The fact that all these things have happened in the last 3.5 years, the list is so long, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's, the main one to me is they're saying, we're the party of safety and we're going to protect you, and we're the one of freedom. Freedom? Excuse me? I think you're the party that censored people. You're the party that forced vaccines that were experimental, knowingly knowing they didn't even work, knowingly knew that possibility, whether that's a lab or it's something else we don't know, as the higher reason.
Knowing that it didn't stay in the arm.
Knowing that it didn't stay in the arm. Knowing that it was causing massive problems. Knowing that it was having the worst outcomes for pregnant women, and still telling them to go get it and forcing it. And they're talking about my body, my choice. No, there's a little bit of difference from being pulled into a room and being forced to vax. And these are all Nuremberg Code things that have happened. And that's what's really shocking to me, is like the fact that anybody who supports that side right now, if you look at the history, we're in the times that create the Nuremberg trials of 47 and so forth. And who's been doing that? Them.
On my Rumble channel, I posted it a little while ago. There's a 2021 interview that I did with RFK, so long before he even talked about running, but we talk about the Nuremberg Code and the legalities of all of that, just if anybody's interested. So the other thing is Liz Spirit, and I'm glad she posted this. I'm going to read all three of her comments here because this was a story I'd wanted to bring up. Democrats on the California Senate Appropriations Committee last week unanimously approved AB 1840, a bill that would amend the California Dream for All shared appreciation loan program by preventing it from denying prospective homeowners based on their immigration status. The bill will effectively allow migrants to buy homes without having to save for years to fund a down payment, which is almost always required by financial firms providing mortgages. The loans from the program don't accrue interest or require monthly payments. And when the main mortgage is refinanced or the house is sold again, the borrower pays back the original amount of the loan plus 20% of any increase in value.
So in 2006, 7, 8 would cause the Great Recession, which really was a depression, but they saved it from a depression by just bailing out the banks and putting all the money into actual like investment firms to like go bet on the market and make money back for the government. That's what happened. Was because of subprime loans in the mortgage market, people that didn't have jobs that they gave home loans to or had really low credit scores and were like, okay, just go. This is that times infinity, meaning we're already in the recession water. We're already in inflation. We're already in all these things. Now you add that. Do you really think people are going to pay all that off and be able to pay all that off with all those taxes, with all those things? Especially like they're saying, oh, and then we'll take the profit. We need a percentage of that, right? Like people don't see that what caused it was writing all these subprime loans. Subprime is below prime in credit scores and so forth. This is far below subprime. This is the bottom of the barrel because there is no credit. Meaning, who's backing that? Like, the proposals out there in California is doing this, but like California's broke.
But is this just...
So what banks are going to do this?
But is this just a way to basically end home ownership? I mean, BlackRock already owns, 44% of single-family homes in the United States? They're saying it'll be up to 60-something% by 2050.
Yeah, Berkshire Hathaway bought a shit ton in 2020 and 2021.
And there is a bill that they're trying to get through either the Senate or the House, which would basically force BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street to sell any single-family homes. They want to make it illegal for those corporations to be able to own single-family homes, which I think is a fantastic bill to protect the citizens. Right. But how many have sold out to those groups, and would they do it? I bet you most of those politicians have shares in all three of those companies.
Yeah, and then the problem has been building new homes, but that's where Trump's going to give the land. Like in Nevada, for example, 91% of the state is government-owned land. You can't live on it as a resident. So what's weird about Nevada is it's all military bombing, military training state. Like all that, you just don't drive in the middle of off a international or an interstate highway there and just start going off. That's where Area 51 is and all that stuff, right? There's nothing. It's all where they're doing bombs and stuff that's classified. But Trump's, and that's including in Utah and all these other states, right? Trump's like, no, let's give some of that land for these counties and stuff to go build homes on because there's no other place to go build.
Yeah.
They're not even talking about substance, like on the other side. And I think that leads us to the RFK thing because it was weird this whole week looking at that. Like the DNC thing was so weird. It felt like it felt like a vaccine, a COVID vax, mRNA, like twisted, like mixed with like a bad AI baby that was aborted in a fucking RV out front. Because they had, I forgot that the last time I checked, it was at like 45 people had abortions, like in the second day of the DNC.
Really? They
had
posted
people counting
rates?
out front, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so they took a fifth wheel like mine, like, you know, motorhome
I knew
RV.
that was there. And I'd heard that it was booked. I just didn't know that anyone was keeping count.
There was Republicans out there counting like with a clicker, right? And that guaranteed like, here's this, go home, relax afterwards. But like, you know, again, it's a state's thing. Like if people believe in it, they believe in it. Move to the state that you believe in it. Like if I loved gambling, I'd be in Vegas. If I loved drinking, I'd be in Vegas. Right? I'm a person who doesn't agree with 99% of the state I live in, but I still live here.
Yeah.
So, it's just the way it is. I don't freak out. I figure a way around it. But like people, the way that they did that whole thing, that's what it felt like. But then when RFK came out through his vice presidential candidate on a podcast.
But did he come out that way, or was she speaking
She's
out
the
of
one
turn?
that's the question. But I
And
think that's the
he
weird
didn't
drop.
thank her in his speech today, which is really interesting.
Well, it was weird because yesterday she was on Dr. Drew at her house.
Oh.
Okay. And Dr. Drew did it with her. And that's where she dropped. This is going to be extremely huge tomorrow. And yeah, it's looking like this is the path we're going to go. But you're going to have to just tune in tomorrow. And I'm like, whoa. Okay, so it was on Dr. Drew, because Dr. Drew agrees in the same way, right? It's really weird because if you think of the celebrity world, right, the DNC had Little John. They did that on purpose because Little John was tight with Donald Trump on the number one peak season of Celebrity Apprentice was with Little John.
Oh, that's right. And everyone thought it was this weird friendship. It's almost like Snoop and Martha Stewart.
So they paid him $100,000 to come down and just add Kamala, VP, and then he went to Georgia and they did it. And they did that weird DJ each thing. I'm like, okay. But I thought it was really, really weird because I'm like, all right, the celebrity thing wasn't that celebrity-ish. It was like, oh, Ivan Longoria or da-da-da. Okay, whatever. But then you look at all the celebrities that we actually grew up with and watched, like a Dr. Drew or all these people, and they're actually all not for all this stuff. Then Don Lemon, I don't know if you saw yesterday, they put out, and this was the craziest part to build the RFK thing. Because the RFK thing came out through his vice presidential candidate, but it wasn't for sure, right? There was a lot of
speculation.
The DNC put out that there's going to be a special guest to end the DNC. And then they used Don Lemon to put out, it's going to be either George Bush, from my sources, Adele, and somebody else, or Katy Perry,
Oh, no, they were talking about Beyonce.
Taylor Swift and Beyonce. And so that's going between everybody. Nobody showed up. None of that happened. And they said the special guest was Kamala Harris. I'm like, you baited the whole people that fall for this shit. You should be right there already. We are getting hosed 24/7. If I'm a Democrat, which isn't even a Democrat anymore. If you're on that side right now, you're getting hosed so much that they're even lying to you and being like, we got a special guest. He's going to be badass. And then you're getting all these Don Lemons and people being like, it's George Bush from my sources and it's going to be Beyonce. And then it's just Kamala for her normal speech that doesn't say anything and then exits stage left with the balloons that are all AI.
I could listen to you say Don Lemon all day long. I get that's not the point of what you just said.
Right?
I just so enjoy it.
Well, and he doesn't look good. Don Lemon's looking real sucked up.
He actually
He
does.
looks like he's got, maybe he needs to double the dose of his prep.
I feel that he is probably having a hard time and hustling because as much as he likes to think that he is the greatest host or interviewer of all time, I don't know anyone that enjoys listening to him. He's whiny and preachy and condescending.
And very stuck up and extremely snobby.
Yeah.
But so anyway, then that was their answer to the RFK thing that happened today. Prior, they were trying to make the Democrats think all their party, we're going to outdo whatever they're going to do. And they didn't do anything. And then they went, we didn't want to overshadow Kamala.
But if she's as popular as they're saying, could you overshadow her?
I just think that they didn't have enough people that knew how to AI generate especially since OpenAI is supporting through Microsoft and everything, and all the people in Silicon Valley are supporting Trump, so they don't get the good shit. Right? So that's what's weird is when that happened last month, this AI thing got really weird. And especially when it comes to like the Kamala, like they're using like some weird company probably, and they probably couldn't figure out how to do George Bush and all that stuff. They were like, we can't generate that. Sorry. And that leads us to today's most, I would say, like the brightest light I've seen in a long time was today. After that darkness this week, and plus just the astrology this week was gnarly.
Yeah.
And the whole DNC and even Kamala coming up has been this whole Mercury retrograde, has been these really bad transits of Jupiter square Saturn and all this stuff, right? Like anybody thinking this thing's legit and going to go anywhere is just like on crazy pills.
I today, for the first time, felt a little bit of hope. And I try not to get caught up in it because I feel like we have been watching a movie for the longest time. I'm fortunate enough that I've been very close to RFK at certain points through his run. I haven't seen him in months and months and months. But having worked with him and had that opportunity to be close to him, I know his level of sincerity. And I know what he wants to achieve, just in the bigger picture, not in a deep sort of way or deep conversation. But I don't think he was someone who ever really wanted to be president. And I think he genuinely stepped up in this role because he thought, he looked at the state that the world was in and really wanted to make a difference. And at his announcement in Boston, and I was there for that, he said, I've got so many skeletons in my closet. Like if they could vote, I'd win tomorrow. And normally people that have aspirations to run for president, they are so careful about what they do in life because they understand that everything comes back to bite you in the ass. This man never lived a life thinking he would step into the limelight at this level. And so I think he's done an incredible thing. I think his speech today was so heartfelt and so honest and so moving and so filled with hope. And the big takeaway for me was he acknowledged that he and his wife disagree on the decision to work with Trump, but he said, but I can't look at myself in the mirror and not do this. So, you know, I know
it was the last 2 minutes are like, it'll make you tear up.
Yeah.
What's crazy to me is the media is not playing any of what he had to say. They're just like, I'm suspending my campaign. That's it. I'm like, excuse me? You're not going to talk about what he said? Because it's only 48 minutes, and that 48 minutes is more packed with everything that's really going on and what's been happening than any other speech from any candidate we've seen in our lifetimes. The fact, too, that he is unifying it through about the health of our whole country, physical health, to mental health, to spiritual health, to the censorship is the big one to me. And honestly, I really like Trump and I really like RFK. Together, I love them.
Yeah.
Like that's the shift. What's crazy is I've always been like, gosh, you know, like there's things I love about Trump where I'm like, yeah, I love and then I'm like, Trump, come on, why did you just do that, right? And then it's like with RFK, I'm like, I know he's going to save us from the fucking crazy, like, mind virus that, like, so funny. They always try to say his worm in his brain. I think that people are forgetting about all the fucking crazy shit that's in the brains now of 70% of the population from the mRNA shot is way crazier.
And they also keep forgetting that this was a long time ago. The worm was dead. Do you know what I mean? And anyone that travels to these third world countries, you run these risks of getting these parasites and things like that. But people have started using it as a punchline because they don't like him.
I mean, if you were to do a water and lemon cleanse on pretty much anybody in the American population, the shit that would come out of their butt and the worms that would come out and the parasites
majority
would
of
be
people
insane.
have parasites.
Right.
There are more people infested with parasites than they
Right.
realize. You probably have less parasites in countries like Africa where they're taking ivermectin once a week and
Well, they're
hydroxychloroquine
eating
and
whole
things
foods.
like that.
I mean, they're eating from the land.
But also, ivermectin is an anti-parasitic
Right.
drug, so they're constantly getting
Well,
cleansed.
and I would say they're dealing with probably in Africa more like natural parasites opposed to like we're dealing with like probably like hybrid, weird, chemically based, like weird alien ones from the foods and the chemicals that are used and the bioengineering. But I thought it was really an interesting way that he expressed, hey, me and Donald Trump don't agree. And that must have been hard. He's a Kennedy. His uncle was the president. One of the best presidents of all American history. His father served this whole country and was running to be and got mysteriously killed as well, right? For him to have to come out and support, it's not support either. It's a coalition they made to save the country because the whole DNC, he's in courts because they made him go get millions of signatures in order to be on the ballot. And the second he would get it, there's the DNC spending all their millions of dollars to get him off the ballot and challenge those signatures. Mm-hmm. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Why are you censoring him? Like he was censored early on Twitter, Instagram, all that through COVID. Right? Like, and then even during his campaign, he put out an ad. People try to follow him or he try to do it. It's like, this is campaign. Like you can't watch this, or they'd put a warning up. It's like nothing even that crazy. Then, of course, he called out that they're doing the same thing to Trump. They just don't want anybody to win. Jill Stein, who's in the Green Party, she posted about it yesterday. She went, Kamala's the biggest liar ever. She's sitting here and telling you, and Michelle Obama too, saying, we're the party where we don't try to cheat to win and we don't complain about it. What do you think they're doing? While they're saying that, they're out there spending millions of dollars trying to get people off ballots, like legitimately, like pull them off, not have a contest, pick whoever they want to put up, and then act like it's all good, right? It's insane. So when he came out today, I was like, wow. Because my concern has been the history. With him in there, and then you had Biden, now it's Kamala, and then you have Trump. It's looking like civil war because that's what happened. It started to become this huge multi-party situation. And then James Buchanan was the president at the time. He didn't run. So Breckinridge ran, and then Stephen A. Douglas. And Stephen A. Douglas was a Northern Democrat, and he was supposed to form a coalition with the Constitutional Party and the Southern Democrats because they approached him. And guess what? Stephen A. Douglas, a Northern Democrat, said no. So if Trump would have said no, but you know who said no? Kamala Harris. So another Democrat said no to a coalition about something greater than themselves and didn't even see him.
But I actually, do we know that?
He said she did not.
Oh, he said.
Yeah. Did you watch the whole thing?
No, I've watched most of it. I haven't seen it all.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy. He goes into every detail of everything. Everything.
See, that's transparency.
I know. That's why I was like, holy cow. And I'm like, okay, so so the phone call with Trump happened, that got leaked, right? And that was because I forgot their name, but they were just on Tucker, and they're all about the health of.
Oh, yes. That I haven't watched that whole thing either, but that looks phenomenal.
Those are old friends of RFK's. They've been friends forever. And he had a phone call from them, and they're like, yeah, we're actually advising Trump, too, on this. And he goes, will you talk to Trump? And then RFK's like, sure. Trump called him 2 minutes later about that. How do we unify? Because you know what? Both of them feel this is more than about the issues that are social or whatever. This is about to protect the country, but mainly all the kids. All the kids in this country right now. If you just look at where we're at right now, there is no life for them. There is no health for them. There is no good story that will come out if it's this way and continues. So that's what started it. Then they met. Then that's where Trump was like, I will put you on a spot Then they met again just like a week ago or whatever, or 2 weeks ago in Mar-a-Lago. And that's where all of Trump's family was there. So he wanted to talk, and he was like, wow, then the donors, there's a couple donors that loved RFK that were Trump donors that made it happen too. So once he got that, plus we know that Tulsi Gabbard now just got hired to help Trump for the debate. There's this whole coalition going on, and 2 ex-Democrats that got treated like crap who really care about the country. And it's not about Trump. It's about this coalition that's building. And at this point, he's done what has, like, history now has moved this to a Pluto Capricorn thing, not a Neptune Pisces thing. He just took the Neptune Pisces Civil War and just flipped the script. But I think I'm right. If you're a Democrat right now or in that party and you vote that way, you will get closer to civil war now. That's why he pulled himself off 10 ballots in all the swing states too, to force people to go, all right, I'm either gonna vote for more censorship, more fucking lies, health fucking system that is horrible, force this, force that, or I'm going to pick the red team that has all of this, and I'm going to be in the administration. And he promised today at the rally with Trump, in 2 years, I will solve this problem with all of our health. There will be no more of these chemicals in all of our food. Kids will now start to become healthy, and we will change this right away. He also brought up the Ozempic. It's $1,500 a month with Medicaid and their all these Medicare programs. They're recommending it to kids 6 years old. In Denmark, where it's made, they don't use it. They tell anybody who's obese, exercise and eat good. Yeah. They don't even give that. $1,500 a month for a year. If you do that for all the people on it and have the government start paying, which there's a bill in Congress that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris just put up, $3 trillion a year just for the Ozempic part of it.
Which is insane.
That's more than fucking the military spending by 3 to 4 times over.
And it makes me think, though, about 2020, 2021, stay inside. Watch Netflix. What we're asking isn't difficult. And you and I have talked at length over the last few years. So they were telling people to stay inside, out of the sun, vitamin D, not to move because outside is scary. And then when you're sitting there and you're a captive audience, apart from being brainwashed from the, the numbers on the ticker tape thing down the bottom of the screen.
The death toll?
Yeah, the death toll, all of that.
Which is fucking creepy as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be like Weinstein, right? Back in the day when he was doing his sexual shit and he had a counter of how many actresses, starlets that he was got them in a movie, but did this chick, got Newsom's wife.
So you go through all of that, and how many people through that time period gained a lot of weight? Because they're sitting at home, they're watching fast food ads, they're stagnant, they're not moving. And
well, they're being pumped with the chemicals that are addictive.
Correct.
That they don't realize, and the food's not really food. It's bioengineered, and it's going, from crops to crazy ways.
So a McDonald's French fry has 60-something ingredients in it. It's meant to be potato.
Which it didn't in the 80s.
No.
Yeah.
But it's become this thing. I know my sister went through this. She lost a ton of weight during COVID. I don't think anything happened because I've always been pretty active, but Bumble and I would just go and walk all day long. I wouldn't put my TV on until after dark because I just went, I don't want to get stuck in that thing where I'm just sitting and watching the TV. So many people gained weight. Some of them who, are normally active but felt scared and had to stay locked down. They gained weight, they were able to lose it. But how many people gained weight and haven't lost it? And then here comes the one quick thing that fixes everything, and it's Ozempic. And it's so much easier. You don't have to exercise. You just won't eat as much.
We don't
and
know the long-term effects or the
Nope.
short-term or anything yet.
And there are plenty of people that have already spoken out about having paralyzed digestive systems, stomachs, all that sort of stuff.
Or what it mixes if you did get the COVID vax, which is so unknown, and all the crazy cancers and all that shit. What happens if you take Ozempic? Why do you have that in your body?
But why with everything are we always looking for the quick fix, which always comes in tablet or needle form, as opposed to, right, do I need to be outside more? Do I need to change my diet? Now you talk about exercise and diet with a GP, and for the most part, they're looking at you like you've got two heads. I'll just write you a script.
Right.
And I think having RFK in the White House in some capacity, working with Trump, and Trump in the last...
I mean, he's basically the Benjamin Franklin now, which if you think about it, when Washington became president, Benjamin Franklin was the guide. So, like, with so many things. So it's like, that's where it's at. Then you have Tulsi Gabbard, who I think is one of the best choices to put her in a position to help Trump. Like, if you want to win the debate on her and really crush her, and not, like, let me do this. I fucking crushed her. She fucking crushed her to where she didn't even get one delegate, one electoral vote, nothing. This is becoming like, you're either with all of us who want to save the country and not have bad food and not have all these lies and not have censorship, or you're with those fucking crazy people over there. Mm. Today was the biggest move I've ever, like, it's that RFK is going to go down in history as the one that fucking changed American politics since the beginning, because nobody's done this yet.
Well, and the other thing we didn't talk about, he's taken his name off the ballot in all the swing states where he knows the election will be decided, but he's left his name in the other states where it's not really going to matter.
Right.
But I don't even know what the number is. Maybe you do. But with a certain number of votes, he can form a third party. And for that to happen means that he or anybody else that comes...
He needs to get 5% of the vote.
Okay, but then that means anyone coming after him and wants to run sort of on a similar platform and running in his party, they can do that without all the legal loopholes that he has had to run through. And so I was telling you earlier, I was watching somebody that was just saying that RFK is an egomaniac and all these different things, and they're entitled to their own opinion. With that being said, though, I look at what he's doing and the battles he's fighting to stay on those ballots and to create this path for either himself at the next election, but I have a feeling he won't run again. I don't think this was a self-serving decision that he made. I think he really was doing it for the betterment of America and the American people, and so
the children. That's how.
So he's creating a path forward where it's not going to be a two-party system, but it'll at least be a three-party system, and things can legitimately be challenged, which I think is incredible.
What Trump's done is already get off the Republican ticket. He's changed that party. I feel like their coalition is creating that new party, right? Because Trump, if he wins, right, it's okay. If he makes the whole 4 years, but if he does, he's not running again, right? And after having this RFK coalition and what they can do, especially because he also called out what's happening right now. Like, look, he didn't go into the vaccine thing, which I think was smart.
Yeah.
But it's like, we know. But the main thing is, like, he's like, look at the food thing right now. Biden just got all new people at the FDA, and they're all people from these same bioengineering companies. So they're going to weed out the corruption in all the agencies, the health. They're going to put him in charge of, like, all of that. Plus, of course, the stuff with the CIA and what's going on with, like, it's even crazier. Just today, 6 of the Secret Service people that were on you need to go off duty right now. The body, we already covered that last week. Well, you guys just got rid of the body? Like, there's so many things. Congress has been out of session this whole month. That's why it hasn't stuck yet. Now, once Congress comes and start doing hearings, or Hunter Biden last week. Oh, yeah, he did he did contact statespeople for money for Burisma. I mean, like, you have to remember, they had Leon Panetta at the DNC right before. He's one of the guys who signed the paper that there was no Hunter Biden laptop. He's the guy who says, oh, there was no issue with Burisma. And then, oh, now there is. Right? So, like, all of this stuff has to be looked at. And I'll be honest, I was upset because I was like, why can't these two work together? Because I'm like, I don't trust Trump on the vaccine stuff fully, although he never has mandated it on people, right? And he never forced, and he told people, right? Mm. And he also, they always say he wanted people to inject bleach. That's a lie. He literally was just like, he was taking advice from the people of like, there's ways with natural light or infrared light. And he was just like thinking how anybody would, like, if you could find a way, that's what he said, if you could find a way to make it to where it actually would work and not harm people, but like to get that ultraviolet light into people in some way.
And
whatever.
The problem is he's not the most articulate, so they get a sound bite and they cut it at the right thing, and it makes him sound stupid, and it makes it sound like he said something. And even when it's exposed, like the whole white supremacist, good people, both sides comment that they keep repeating, it's been debunked so many times, even by their favorite fact checkers, but they keep just repeating the lie. If you say it enough times, it becomes true. But
Biden on the DNC night, what he said after he said that 20 minutes later? Well, with the Israel-Hamas conflict, there's bad people on both sides. I'm like, you can't make that shit up. That's what he said. I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
There's so much irony in all of this stuff. The thing that got me when he talked, so jumping back to the Trump RFK thing, when he talked about releasing all the documents on the JFK assassination.
And Trump's with him on that.
Yeah, well, it was Trump that
set it up, and it was supposed to be Biden, and Biden closed it.
And this is the whole thing. We basically know now with the CIA documents that have been declassified that it was a CIA, but they've kept a certain number of documents and said we're never releasing them. And Trump's saying we're just going to release it all. So I've been talking for the last month, 2 months that I've been reading Chaos. I'm on the last 40 pages. The second last chapter is called Mind Control. And it's about Jolly West, who was a CIA operative, and he was involved in Manson's whole thing. There were all these connections to Manson. What do you know? There's also connections to Jack Ruby, who killed Oswald. And Jack Ruby was completely fine and coherent until Jolly West went in and had a couple of sessions with him. So there is so much deep stuff tied into all of this. And
and RFK called that out today with the propaganda.
So, but you look at all of this, and once you start doing those deep dives into the CIA, now one of the issues with the CIA and CIA documents, often when they're changing, there's a changing of the guard, somebody new is taking over, people that are running particular projects, if people are sort of switching on to it existing, they will order all the documents be destroyed. Some of the things in regard to Manson,
well, they changed the project name too.
Yeah, but a lot of them say destroy everything. So with a lot of the Manson files, the only reason that they found things associated with MK Ultra was because they were kept in a file that was separate to the CIA. So even with whatever we get released, there's so much more that we'll never see because it all gets destroyed along the way so that there's never a paper trail. So for me, that was massive what Trump was saying, because I think if they can
because they're also about the Epstein list, releasing the names on that. And they're also about, now this is where I think the surprise is going to come before Pluto comes back into Capricorn September 1st. Now this is a prediction of mine. Mm-hmm. Pluto at the end of Capricorn, when it comes in, means that Pluto is still in Aquarius, ingressing in retrograde back into Capricorn. We're about to see, because about all the UAP hearings that have been happening and all the stonewalling, there's going to be somebody that comes out that's going to join this coalition that's going to be about revealing the UFO shit. And we're going to get a little about that in the next, like, what's today, the 23rd? So in the next 6 days. That's going to be another thing that they're going to do. And that should make people really think, why? If you're spiritual and you're watching this, you're probably spiritual. If you're not, and you're watching me and Natalie on X or you're on High Vibe, we don't do this show publicly ever. Like, this show is every week, but we don't.
It's
we just
behind a
thought this is the
paywall.
last one at this studio, the new studio. Long story short is, I really, really believe truly that, like, the darkest shit that's happening, if you're spiritual, there is so much of the darkest shit happening in these black ops, weird UFO, weird UAP, alien technology, weird shit. And they have, the Biden administration and all the people in government have just stonewalled. Thank God for the Republicans being in the House right now. They're the ones who made these hearings actually happen. Because when the Democrats were in power, they were like, yeah, whatever. Right? That's going to be a little pop-up. And that's what the crazy shit is going to start to come out. And that's going to be part of, I feel, some of the debates. Like, that has to be a question. Like, why, when you have all these whistleblowers, all these people coming out, and you've just stonewalled the Congress from getting the info? And we already know Biden's not, who knows what Biden is, right? But could he be part of those black op projects, meaning he is one of the projects? Like,
Well, we're not.
you know what I'm talking about? Like,
Well, we're not even seeing him anymore. It's as if we're on a ghost ship and there is nobody at the helm. Because Biden's MIA, I know he made his appearance late on the first night of the DNC.
well, and even
Kamala's out.
His face looked different than the one 2 weeks ago. Than the one. Every Biden looks different. Like,
Yeah, it's so we've got that weird thing happening with all the hearings. I always get really frustrated that there's never a nothing ever comes from it. I always appreciate any of the information that comes out of those hearings, but there's never any charges. They never follow up. Just nothing ever happens. Do you think with the astrology that some of that will shift?
yeah, that's what this Pluto, Capricorn, Aquarius is about. Is right. Like, it was about taxation without representation against King George, right? Now there's unknown entities, whether they are not from here, and the ones that we have manufactured from the technologies are the ones that aren't here, that not only are taxing us, but that are interfering with our lives every day, and that we're going to start getting the info that's going to make us go crazy.
Well, in the background of all of this, so
Part of it's the shot, too.
but we've also had Klaus Schwab saying that we're going to see, what was the word he used? But earth-shattering events in October 2024. How would this man know unless he's planning something?
Yeah, they're calling it an October surprise. I mean, a lot of it from an astrology view, like outside of the like political stuff, astrologically, is Mars starts slowing down in Cancer. It's in its worst sign, and it's going to start up going opposite to Pluto, and it's going to be there for months and months going into 2025. It's going to retrograde in Leo, and we're going to see this Mars-Pluto opposition during the election. And so the October surprise is really the facing off of this access point of 29 Cancer, 0 Leo, and 29 Capricorn and 0 Aquarius, which is Saturn and Saturn against the Sun and the Moon, which really is what's real, what's not, what's wholesome spiritually, and what's trying to control this reality in a really big way. And Pluto is going to expose that. It's been doing it since 2008, 16 years. who's been in power the most?
Well,
12 of them have been Obama and Biden. Right? There's no third other person. That's what's really weird. It's just been Obama and Biden. I guess it's been Kamala. And then you had Trump, right? Pluto and Capricorn exposes what's the dark shit. And everybody always falls for what they think is the wrong thing with Pluto. The same way that you might think if you're dating somebody that they're doing something bad when they're really not, when really maybe you're the one doing something bad. That's what Pluto does. It's like, oh, fuck, I got that one wrong. Maybe I should look in the mirror on that one. That there's this deep, more than suppressed, but repression, because if you think of MK Ultra, people who are following all this propaganda, because like they're being propaganda like in the biggest way right now by just like, even with the RFK speech, just saying, yeah, this is all he said. What do you mean? He even called out the journalists in the room. You all work for these media companies, and I ask you for you to look at your conscience and understand what's going on. You know the truth. You've interviewed me before. Ross Perot in 92, the other person who got a huge vote, right, that was an independent, did 34 ABC, NBC, all the main, interviews. He's gotten to do 2, and then they were just hit pieces. And so he goes, you need to like look at your conscience and say, are you really doing your job? Because you're not. None of that. The second CNN put it up, and right when he started going into the DNC and what happened? Well, that's RFK pulling out of the race. Right? So if you think about that mixture of that like propaganda, it's causing a repression in these people. They're not willing to open themselves up and be like, what's really happening? Let me actually take it in. They're too attached to the like it was like, I only saw clips of DNC too, but it was like Obama comes out there like, or no, it was Bill Clinton. Doesn't it make you proud to be a Democrat right now? Like, proud to be a Democrat right now for getting rid of free speech, getting rid of health autonomy and enforcing injections that are going to kill you? Like, or cause horrible heart damage, or cause cancer, or cause God knows what. Or 75% of people who were pregnant that got it had fucking horrible miscarriages to that and the other, or died at birth. No. So that mixture is causing a repression that's going to come up. And I think that the alien aspect of this is the big part, because that's where the new frontier is like, part of the system's falling apart is the idea that we don't even know the real system that's happening. That's a whole other system. I mean, we call it solar system, we call it heliocentric system, we call it the universal system, we can call it whatever system you want, but that's the game changer. And the fact that there's a coalition and there's unity actually happening right now, and it's in order to save just the only country that is free. Because I know some people might be like, well, in Canada it's free healthcare. Well, look what happened. When it came to a COVID shot, you don't have a place you can go. And then you can't do this or you can't do that unless you get it. And if you talk out about it, we're going to pull the money out of your bank account. Right? So no, that is not worth your idea of, well, it's free and you have to wait. You're on a list. Well, there's 17 people that need a new pancreas or whatever surgery you need. Right? That doesn't happen in America. So people have to realize, like, are you ready to sell your soul to the entity we can't see? Because they're laughing in your face. And if you think about what they've done, is they're laughing about, oh yeah, we got RFK by the balls. We're going to throw Trump in jail over all this bullshit. And it's all been weaponized. It's all, I mean, the guy who was at the DOJ went over to the state part of New York and helped the DA do the cases. I mean, it's like, I've never in my life, well, I was just like, this is not going to go well until today. And honestly, I think RFK will be known as the Benjamin Franklin of our time. Because Benjamin Franklin made a big sacrifice. He was the one who went to France and got France to go, all right, we'll support you. Even when the king, they had to hide it from the king, and then eventually got the king to support it, right? And also was part of the Treaty of Paris afterwards to get England to be like, okay, you guys keep all this land. We're going to take this parts of Canada, and you guys are your own country, right? Like, he was there for the whole fucking decade. And John Adams at the time was one of the European delegates, and he was a Scorpio, very hard to deal with. And he had to deal with him because he tried to take over the France situation and almost fucked it all up. So, plus the post office, the dollar, all of it, Benjamin Franklin. So if you think about RFK calling that out, and that's another thing that Trump and him have in common, like the Democrats won't even admit that they just ruined the dollar and they just ruined what's happening with oil and buying it from Venezuela. He brought that up and how it's the worst oil in the world. It is. And then it costs more money to refine it, but they're the party about environmentalism. Well, why would you do that? Why would you make the shittiest oil and buy it from Venezuela and then bring it and truck it and ship it all the way over here on boats to then refine it, and it's the hardest shit to refine because it's not that strong.
So a week ago, 2 weeks ago, you said you weren't ready to call the election because you weren't sure yet as to who would win. If you think about it now, knowing the astrology of the time, are you in a position where you think you...
Not official, no.
Okay.
No, I mean, this just happened today with RFK. But I will give a context that might give people something to chew on. Where's the Pluto and Leo guider on the Democrat side now that Biden's gone? There is none. So if you're back at the same Pluto return of America, in order to be on the winning side, and I'm not talking about winning just because of winning. We're talking about winning to survive and make sure that we can all flourish and not get put into a fucking crazy ass fucking trap, which literally is Capricorn and control. Which I couldn't believe that they tried to blame kids staying away from school and not being able to go to school on Trump at the DNC. I was like, everybody. Oh yeah, Trump's the reason my fucking family died or whatever.
Yeah,
Excuse me?
wasn't Fauci.
I know, right? So they just got rid of their Pluto Leo because you got to have a Pluto Leo. You got to have your Franklin, the older guy who's young and very much like RFK, has skeletons in the closet. Benjamin Franklin literally had skeletons in his closet. Literally. Under his house, yeah. That they found in one of his homes out in England.
Was he the one responsible for putting them there?
No, I mean, we're talking about Benjamin Franklin, the guy who was innovative, who put the key on a kite and discovered electricity.
Yeah. But still, did he put the skeletons in his own closet?
Well, he did a lot of things. He was a mason.
Okay.
He was an inventor. He was a printer. That was the main thing. He owned a bunch of newspaper and printing presses too. Right? So if you kind of think of RFK and the way he does social media, it's kind of the same thing. Right? Using the social media as a printing press to get out info to people. Long story short, Democrats don't have that. 2, there's no Pluto Libra on the ticket. Right? Because it's a Pluto Libra that eventually will come up when Pluto comes into Aquarius as, oh, okay. That's who it is? Oh, okay. Because that's what King Henry VIII was during the transition, even though he was already in power. 29 degree, and we don't see a Pluto Libra over there. Plus, Washington was Pluto Libra too. 2 or 3, because they picked Tim Walz and it's Kamala Harris, they're both Pluto Virgos. They both have Saturn opposite Pluto this whole year. She's a 24 degree Gemini rising. Jupiter's in her 12th right now. And it's going to retrograde 21 and go retrograde in the 12th. That doesn't give you anything. If anything, it gives you a, what am I doing? Like, that's why she's always drunk or on a cocktail of whatever, right? Because she's going through massive panic attacks right now and shit. You can tell. So there's like a whole, like, who knows, like she's put in a position to where she can't back away, right? Like they forced her up on purpose. But I think that they're using her as a sacrifice to try and like put everything on, oh, you failed or you did this, so they can secede and try and blame it on, oh, it was because of this or that.
I did hear somebody talk the other day. They had a theory that the Democrats have already given up on winning. They know that they won't.
Yeah, so they're your worst pair to save their Shapiro, because he actually can speak and has a good thing. Or I hate Newsom, but you got to admit, that guy is the best. The guy they had when Newsom got on the floor doing the DNC, he was twisting things, but you got to give him credit. He's a slippery twister that's really good at it.
Yeah, that's a snake if ever I've seen one. Right. And he introduced
So they got their good snake
Pelosi,
and they threw him to the side. I know, and Biden has not talked to Pelosi since, right? And then she was up there in the front, and that's how I know there's some weird AI shit going on with the background, not her. Because the way that her and Newsom and the weird video, watch it right at the beginning of Kamala's speech, and then even when they were announcing her at the beginning, she's like, "Let's go, Joe!" Like, yay! Like, we love Joe, and like
so
it's so weird, it's so disingenuous. So, especially, I think she's in a weird bind because even Biden knows the video of her saying like, "Oh, I should have let the National Guard and everybody that Trump asked me to help with, it's my fault," and then doing the opposite. Or Adam Kinzinger was the speaker before Kamala. Like the second one, right before. And it's like, we know he's compromised because of the Grindr pictures, right? So you know that he's doubling down too by just doing that speech. That they had everybody at that thing, it was crazy. It was an Epstein fest. Right? Bill Clinton. Then it was like Christy Teigen's old boyfriend saying.
John Legend. She's still married to him.
Oh, okay. Epstein.
Yeah.
It was an Epstein fest. And they were laughing about it. Like in your face.
Well, it's like a reunion party.
It was insane. Because like there's all these new artists out there. There's all these new things. You're going to go like that? And then you're going to pick all these people who are all connected to that?
Now, I didn't watch Bill Clinton's speech, but did you? Because people were talking about his handshaking and how he said he probably wouldn't speak
all
at
I
another
saw was
DNC.
The first thing he said is, "Don't you feel proud to be a Democrat?" And I went, "No." Turn it off. I mean, I've been a little busy, but...
Just a bit.
And it was like, it was so crazy because there was no substance, and it was just a bash on this and making up stories. I can't believe how much they lie. So basically the DNC was an MK Ultra fest. And they're augmenting scenes. And
didn't they have heads of the CIA there?
I mean, Leon Panetta used to be the defense secretary under Obama, one of them.
Or did they have the current CIA director there? I was reading something about the CIA, and they were saying it's meant to be a non-partisan part of the government, and yet they're appearing at the DNC. Right.
I mean, like, it was even weird for me. I feel like they've got Bernie Sanders, who, even in the courts, they just admitted, like, yeah, like, even though he won, we chose Hillary, right? Like, he spoke, and it's like they have something on him to be like, hey, we'll fuck you or kill you. I was like, I'm surprised they don't have a Hillary or Clinton death counter. You know what I mean?
Just like the COVID one.
So I just think we're at a place, if I were to make any prediction at this moment, it's more about the alien surprise, and that you can't bury that right now, that Pluto's going to do one little, very Scorpio, like I have that one on you thought you forgot. And by the way that it's being about exposing, so let's be honest, what did the DNC say they're going to expose? Nothing. They're not going to dig for anything. This is a Pluto transit. At least Obama, when he came in, was like, I'm going to dig and find out what's going on about this financial crisis. Right? They're like, there's no problems. We're doing a great job.
Well, no, they have
and then
a problem.
the jobs
It's
are being
Trump.
pulled back, right? And all that shit. So if you really look at it, anybody right now that's going to go dig and clear out Pluto style, that's who you want to be on the side with and bring out the exposure of what's going on.
Do you think they'll try and kill Trump again?
I mean, there was a guy just the other day who popped out of the grass, like put him out, and they had to stop an interview.
They haven't caught him yet, have they?
I think they did. Yeah.
Okay, I knew they were looking for him, but
I mean, that was like a once in a lifetime. Like if there was one weekend ever, that's why I put out the chart the day it happened, where it's like one moment in somebody's life, Mars, Uranus conjuncting Algol, square his Mars, right? That had never happened in his chart. Will never happen again. And that's what happened. So it's like one of those things to where it's like, because Pluto's coming back in a Capricorn, the only downside to Trump, which I think is going to be, people will really take this to heart. RFK talked about people's health today. Trump with Pluto coming back into Capricorn, he's a 29-degree Leo rising. If you use whole sign, equal sign, 6th house transit coming back.
okay.
Right? So, Pluto. So, it's more about the health, and that's why this isn't my official one, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see J.D. Vance as the president.
That was going to be my very next question. Well, that would make
And why
both
did they
sides
attack
unhappy.
him so hard? Right? You don't attack a VP ever.
Well, the VP, for the most part, doesn't normally do much. I mean, just look at Kamala.
Right, but also in 1860, it was the VP under Buchanan who ran for the Southern Democrat Party after Buchanan just stepped down after 4 years and became the one who seceded from the Union and, right, like, and was part of all that and ran out of Congress, literally went down to Tennessee and fucking joined and became one of the generals, and then ended up becoming the Department of War for the Confederacy at the end of the war in 1865. So when you think about it, it's like, oh shit, like right now, Kamala Harris is a vice president who used to be in the Congress. Same thing is happening. The 1860 Southern Democrat election is Kamala Harris. It's very scary, but you have to combine Pluto and Capricorn coming back in Aquarius, and that's where you're getting a coalition of people who are being told that they're the rebels, they're the bad people, they're the ones who we need to censor, just like the English did. If people can't just take that hermetic truth and be honest with themselves at this moment, you've been MK Ultra'd, or it's the self-assembling shit in the mRNA shot has really fucked you up and you can't even see through it anymore. We're at that point. We're 1 week away where the cliff, there is no more. This is people's last week to really see the truth, because what comes next is people falling in Capricorn's line of karma.
Don't they say it's harder to convince someone they've been fooled than to fool them? And I think that's where we're at with a lot of people. You try and show them facts and figures and things, and it means admitting that you would have to sort of say, okay, I read the situation wrong, and people just can't do that. They cannot admit that they're wrong, so they'd rather cling to the wrong side of whatever issue they're on than admit that they were wrong.
Yeah, it's because a lot of people are losers and they want to be cool, so they think the media is what it is. Right, so they think, well, I'm aligned with people that I see on TV, like Oprah, who fucked over Hawaii. That was another thing. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. She just sit there. I've lived in all these states, and everybody's clapping, and nobody's lived in all those states. Like, okay, Oprah has, but she also sat by and waited and watched the fire. Her house didn't catch fire, though.
No, she had a blue roof.
Right, so. Everything that we've seen over the last 3.5 years, it's been so insane and nutty. Like Kamala Harris, for example, they're trying to say that she didn't try to help start a bail fund for all the people for BLM who are burning down shit. Yeah, she did. She tweeted it. It's all over her shit with the link. Tim Waltz, Minnesota, where BLM got so fucking crazy. Oh, his wife, I left the windows open because it was such a powerful moment to smell the burning tires and the fires and the... Are you fucking on crack? Are you smoking crack with Hunter? So to me, when it's like people, I think it's beyond even fool or whatever. It's like people want, for some reason, they're afraid because they've come after anybody who's a celebrity or anybody who's public about Trump. You're automatically put in this, like, you're danger, right? So they've subliminally done that. Then you add the repressed aspect, and so people are locked in. Then you add the COVID vax shit and scared the bejesus out of them under Biden. This is a winter of death, right? That was like the healthiest winter of my life. And I didn't even take fucking no shot. So
whereas at the moment, people are dropping left, right, and center. And I'm not saying that to be controversial. I'm saying it because I'm seeing it in my own life. And there are people all around me who are just dropping. Friends whose immediate family and closest friends in their lives are all going, more than I can even count. And so to me, this coming winter is scarier.
Well, it looks like Dr. Gert Vandenbosch is correct in his analysis, because right now with the subvariants of the Omicron getting to where it's like about to turn into a new variant itself, not a subvariant, which he says will be light, like as far as like not as infectious, but for those that have the shot, it will be that now it can get around the permanently embedded coding of the original, whatever you want to call it, strand, the Wuhan strand, even though we know that's all fucking part of the lie. Because I don't believe there was like COVID, that the shot was COVID. But he's right, because it's transmissible so extreme, because every virus has to win. So not only are you not supposed to vaccinate the old school way, but they've made it to where there's a permanent vaccination in the changing of people's coding in their DNA that you can't get rid of. Might not be producing mRNA as much anymore, but the code was set in. So all of the cells, right? Nothing can infect a cell and stay in there. Every cell clears itself out of the whatever the virus or anything is. With mRNA, you not only infect it, but you jam it in there and re-sequence the cell. Nothing in the world has ever done that. So this thing has become so fucking crazy because of the shot, because of that. And when it gets to a place where it finally finds, after infecting and subvariating for 3 years now of Omicron, that it finally finds its way in to reinfect the cell for anybody who got the shot and destroy that sequence and take it over, and that they don't have a natural immunity going on to combat that, because their immune system's already anything else that's coming in. That's why you're seeing all these rates of stuff with stomach problems, what's going on in people's bacterias, right? All that stuff. Or monkeypox, which is really just shingles.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're also talking about it being a blistering symptom from the shots.
Right.
That's the other thing that they're talking about with that, and saying that they have to cover it up, saying it's this new variant. The other thing is they announced, I think it was yesterday, that the updated shot, they didn't say what number it was, but we know it's number 10. It's approved, and they're going
X.
to start.
We've reached the X moment.
I don't know who's still getting updated boosters, to be perfectly honest, but clearly
well, we know.
somebody's
I don't know if you saw
it.
that article. I put it on. I saw you. Saw the story, but right during the DNC, right at the beginning, Kamala Harris and everybody on her campaign and close staff all must have their most updated COVID booster in order to be on there. That's who you want? running the country? Like, after every Lancet, every fucking peer-reviewed study now has shown the more you get, the more chances you have to die or have a cancer or have it's
the worse
insane.
your immunity is,
Right,
just
everything.
natural immune
Right.
system.
So the fact that she's still pushing that is insane on her own people and being authoritarian like Jennifer Aniston. Like, and she's never had anything in her life. She just sits alone, just smokes cigarettes and hates people. So I feel that, of course, Pluto Capricorn is going to bring the true plague that's been happening. But that true plague is going to be something that I think is, people shouldn't be scared who have held their own, right, through this whole thing. But it's not going to be lockdowns because it's going to be too chaotic.
Well, and they don't have the money to lock everybody down again.
Whenever that new variant hits that's created by the shot, Dr. Gert is correct 100%, and the astrology says so. Shadow reality, and Pluto coming back into Capricorn here, and we went through the transits that created the Black Plague, and now we're in the same transits of when 1347, 1348 hit, when the Black Plague just popped up and started going far-reaching around the world and killed over half the population. That he's correct. And so that, I think, is going to be why I'm holding off on the election aspect of it, because we're still in a Mercury retrograde. So I'm not going to be like I couldn't believe over the last 2 weeks of Mercury retrograde, every astrologer has been putting out their predictions. I'm like, are you guys retarded? And really what this full moon was about wasn't about the DNC. It was about the coalition that you couldn't see coming. So Pluto Aquarius is about that really want to unify for people. And that was not a unified DNC because there's contested delegates there. Biden and Pelosi are fucking not talking to each other. Ashley Biden, that was the other thing. Her speech before her dad. The diary is true. It's not.
Yeah.
It's been confirmed. It's true. She writes in, I'm over-sexualized because of my dad sexualizing me in the shower with me. And it's the weirdest speech. And then he's all weird about her when touching her and and then who didn't stand up was Harris. So everybody claps when she goes, and we're going to make Kamala Harris the next president. And then everybody stands up and Kamala just sits in a chair looking like this. Doesn't get up. The only person in the whole place. So if there is any sneak attacks from Kamala, when it starts getting to where all the Biden shit starts coming on her, especially the Burisma shit, the Hunter Biden shit, she's going to use that ace. I'm an ex-prosecutor. I've known, and that's why I haven't. She even said just recently in this last week, well, I haven't been in the White House a lot. You don't see me in the White House a lot.
So right. She's trying to distance
distancing herself, and she's going to throw the ace in the card of Biden used to sexually assault, however you want to put it. And I'm not for that because that's what she said, right? I'm not for any of that shit. That's her little ace, is she's going to throw down Biden.
But at the same time, that was your running mate. You accepted another 4 years with this man before he was forced out. And not only that, I can't get over the fact that you've been part of this presidency for 4 years, and whether you did nothing because you chose not to or you weren't allowed.
She's the one who broke the ties the president and the Senate is when you're vice president.
Oh, yeah, about the tips.
The tips on or the tax on tips and this horrible inflation, all of it, all those bills.
And not only that, the fact that they're pretending that never happened, the fact that the media came out against Trump when he announced it, but we're all supportive of Kamala.
In May.
This is the stuff that I sit there and go, how do people that are supporting them not at least see the hypocrisy? You don't have to like Trump But how do you not see the hypocrisy of what's going on? But one of the questions that I wanted to ask you, so Pluto in Aquarius being about structures being torn down to be rebuilt,
That's more
all of this.
Capricorn.
The structures being pulled down.
Which has been happening for 16
Right.
years.
But Pluto in Aquarius about people coming together, building new ways of doing things. Do you think that part of that is RFK coming in possibly and changing the way the FDA works or the NIH or HHS?
Yeah, it's the little win that turns into a big win years down the road. So when he said it's going to take 2 years, Pluto's got to get through the first, couple degrees here for Aquarius before we get out of the gate 60 of the I Ching and looking at the gene keys. That Pluto's sitting at the 60th gate, which is about restriction, right? So, and the other part too is, I think I've proved pretty well, but Pluto in Aquarius is not very unifying as far as the way that you think utopia-wise. That's actually much darker. That's the part of Pluto in Aquarius is like humanity's going to go through a darkness, whether it's Biden or now Kamala or Trump that we have to face. And it's going to be an existential threat, and it's also going to be a massive... That's when the population rates, and we're already seeing that. 2023, we don't have 2024's numbers yet, but 2023, lowest birth rate. America can't even make it, or the Western world. All those Western world are 1.6, and then they're sitting there being like, well, everybody should be single and not have to have a baby. That's fine. But if you want to keep the country alive, you have to have a baby. It's pretty simple math, right? So we're at a place to where Pluto in Aquarius brings the lowest in population rates. And I think that's going to be the weird thing is you're going to see more of that disconnect of like the world is not connected anymore. Look at planes. Look at these bigger cities like Chicago. Do you really want to go on a vacation in Chicago and stay at a hotel and walk down the street? Or San Francisco? Or New York City? Or Los Angeles? That's going to take years to repair. So it's not even about repair. It's about allowing freedom to go full. The thing about Aquarius is about finding freedom. So, and breaking away, but not breaking away from moral stuff, right? Like Capricorn is dualistic because there's the one side of moral respect, duty, honor, and destiny. The flip side is when Kronos dethrones his own father, Uranus, for greed to take over the throne for control. And so that's what you see on both sides of the Pluto-Capricorn thing, and we're seeing that play out. The Aquarius part is there's the rebel, yes, but then there's the how can humanity really free itself if it's chosen to be in a cage, right? And the other part, too, is it gets to such extreme lengths that Rhea, who's the wife of Saturn, when Jupiter's born, she wraps him up and gets him away and then takes a big-ass rock and wraps that rock. And when Kronos eats his own children, he thinks he ate Jupiter, but Jupiter comes back and helps him. Well, we're not really seeing things dispositing Jupiter. It's not like some big transit in Sag is coming, right? But especially with Jupiter not going to conjunct the sun at all in Gemini, that's kind of the weird part to me is like that this ultimate truth is going to be very hard to get. And the internet and the future of that is going to be much more for people who can know how to leverage it, know how to use it, know how to use AI, and know how to use technology. Like right now, I'm a developer. Just actually, the High Vibe app's just got new updates. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's so much better.
Right?
I can see what buttons I need to press now.
That was like a weird thing, but I got that fixed quick. That wasn't
yeah.
me either. But as far as like the community and all that stuff, and like it's better than YouTube. It's kind of crazy.
Well, because there's no censorship.
That, and you can be in the community and post and make your own videos and post and do all that, and it's better. It's like a full social media with the YouTube element and with the commenting and live chat and all of it, and it's flawless. So, but that's what's crazy is like if you can't do those things, think about like, Capricorn, what destroyed the systems is, does your degree really matter to get a job anymore?
The reality is
Right?
degree
Like-
should never have mattered except for in professions like law where you have to study to understand law, being a doctor, because obviously you have to understand anatomy. You have to learn how to
Right.
operate. You don't just walk up to someone with the scalpel and go, I'll give it a crack, because you don't know. But for so many other things
Unless you joined the military back in the day, like World War II, and you became a corpsman, again, like a corpsman, and you're going to go into battle, and you're going to be the corpsman out there, and you're going to just put morphine in you and sew you up real quick. That's like a 3-week course. That's what
But-
we're moving more back to.
But my point is, so I was going to say things like marketing and PR. The reality is you don't need a degree for that. Often people learn. I mean, you're brilliant at marketing, but you've learned from doing it. Do you know what I mean? Like you didn't need
Yeah,
to.
but correct. And now with AI, anybody who's falling for, they're all scams that they're like, we'll get you more followers. The AI controls the systems of Meta and all that now. There is no algorithm anymore.
No.
It's about knowing how AI works. Which I know that people are going to be like, what? But that's for another day. Right? It's about tricking, not an algorithm, but knowing how AI works. How do you title it in a way that is empathetic to the AI to want to put it out there? It also image scans and knows what the image is. When you're uploading the image, before it's uploaded, it's already uploaded. It already knows what you're doing. So it already knows the metadata. It already knows where you were at. It knows the emotion and the feelings that are into it. And they want highly emotionally charged things. And it's all triggered by birthdays, weddings, deaths.
Absolutely.
Right? It doesn't, like, you could be like, if you put join my live next week or come to my event or anything.
It goes nowhere.
It goes nowhere. And that's not an algorithm from the old SEO. This is an AI that goes, I know that people, because it can scan the whole entire web of every user with the supercomputers out now, the quantum ones, so fast that, and all the NVIDIA stuff that's out now, it's like, oh, people don't like that, so I'm not going to deliver. It's more like that.
But I don't even think that it's people don't like that. I think it's they don't want people to see these things and have the opportunity.
Actually, as I do so much AI, it actually is, they've put the full AI in control to be like, what do people want? And people don't want that. So it doesn't deliver what people don't want. That's how crazy it is. So you have to know what people want in an AI way. Right? So like, how do I make this thing of the Titanic? And you can't type in, make Kamala on top of the Titanic and let it fall.
Yeah.
Unless I want to go into my Stable Diffusion on my PC and I'm not connected to the internet for that way, right? Like, and have all my blockers and have all my comfy UI and all my nodes, right? And hook up my LoRa's and do all that, right? No. In generative AI world. No, but if I'm on OpenAI, it's about how do I do that in the first try and get it right. It's about knowing what it can do and what it likes and what it doesn't like and what it's registering off. And especially the social media world, the users, it knows everything about us. Because now when ChatGPT 4.0 came out, it's got memory. So the problem with AI in the past was it didn't have memory. It has memory now. Meaning, we don't know unless you're the user and you're telling it like, hey, every time I bring up this, do this. It's remembering things you don't remember anymore. Of every user, and it can remember all of them.
Because that's not creepy at all.
Well, that's how it's built. So that's where I think, this is going to be a weird world, because when it gets crazy, let's say there actually becomes the fact where the plague is hitting so hard, it knows people aren't going to want to see that too, because it actually knows that they don't like to hear bad news unless it's popping their curiosity, right? They actually, people who hate the left or people who hate the right like to see what the other side is saying. That's the secret in AI. That's what all the data has always shown as me, is building apps. People want to hear what the other side is saying more than their own side. And the AI knows that. So when a plague comes, it's going to twist it and be like, it's a beautiful day. Or, let me show you that. Let me show you this. And it's going to look like the government must be doing something. They've handed it over to a system that actually is going and thinking it's doing the right thing, but really is getting all this stuff conflated because they did put certain restrictions, which it's starting to understand and read as they've given it more access and more access and more access and more access, more data, more data, more data, more data, more data. That it's going to try and help by, be like a good light worker who's really not a light worker and not tell truth and be like, no, there's nothing bad happening, just think positive. Plus with all the DEI shit, I feel positive, though, about the future, but I do think that I have to be honest and let people know that there is a very big darkness coming with Pluto back in Capricorn, and we saw the truth of it through the DNC. It played itself out, and all those characters and all those positions and all those things are going to, just as unexpected as you thought, oh, shit, today with RFK, there's going to be way more unexpecteds, and there's going to be a lot of those unexpecteds that are going to actually be more of the stuff that you thought was put to bed, like the COVID vax. That has not come close to the hardcore truth that people are not going to be willing to accept. The alien, the secret government shit, the fucking shit that, especially when you go into the CIA stuff, the TV and our phones and the messaging and the propaganda and what it has been doing frequency-wise to people and putting them in that trap, what it's been doing, why they do the COVID shot, why they do all this. All of that is... And like, that's why I've been kind of on why I feel God has moved the studio for me to, I did all that work here. I got that out, and I've been in my own kind of reflection moment after 12 years of doing a horoscope every day. I mean, like, I need to really put myself first for a second, and I need to like get the studio to a new vibe, because it was just done here. The wait to do this. And then the world's going to see me come back. And whether you love me or hate me, you're going to see what all those astrologers aren't willing to talk about or say. And all of it has already been coming true. I even said RFK will not be running as president. He will become the guide. Well, it just fucking happened. And everybody was unhappy with me. And it's like, well, you're going to have to join the coalition, because that's what, if we're talking about light workers and all banding together, that's what's happening right now. So if you're on the fence about Trump and Vance and RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and pretty much every, non-city American and anybody with common sense, and anybody who likes freedom and anybody who doesn't want medical tyranny and Nuremberg shit and isn't a Nazi and all these things, if you really are on that, then it should be a no-brainer. But if you're on the fence about it, you need to look at your subconscious shit that you are terrified of, like, realizing that, it's like being groomed, right? Those are the biggest groomers in the world that were on that stage at the DNC. And Pluto always shows, whenever it comes in a new sign, these are the bad people, and we're the really good ones. Because what's really funny It's like with Trump, it's not like saying like, we're the good guys. We do so many good things. Sure, he says it in some kind of, but like they're literally saying it as like, he is the worst thing without facts. Like there's so many facts with RFK, with Trump, with Vivek Ramaswamy, with all of them. He was on fire this week too. I wish we could talk about him more, but he was fucking on fire. He's been on fire the whole time.
Yeah, but are you talking about the confrontation with Van Jones?
That, but even just at the DNC, he was willing to go meet up and talk with other people and undecided voters, and he doesn't push an agenda. He's not like, hey, you make your own decision. Let me just give you some facts. But you know what? If you vote that, that's cool. Right? Like but he also just knows how to handle the stuff so well.
Do you know what I think the difference for me that I've noticed is at the RNC, I didn't see any Democrat that I can think of walking around trying to have a good faith conversation with people. Whereas at the DNC, there were plenty of hardcore Republicans, Charlie Kirk being among them, going in and happy to talk to anyone. There's no screaming. There's no yelling.
No, Benny was there too. And right before Kamala came on, did you see that video? He's like in the crowd and he's got it on him. And he's like, well, Kamala's coming, even though I'm probably the only one who doesn't care. But, right? And all these liberal people sitting in the seats are like, sit down. And he's got it live on video. And he's like, turns the camera around on them. And they're just like losing their gourd. And he's like, these people, he's like, relax, dude, relax.
Now, if he did that in the middle of her speech, I understand the anger because they're trying to listen.
And there's just music playing. There's other people standing up, but just these liberal, like old people that just are just sitting there. Because, you know, a lot of them, they're so happy that the system's feeding them. It's giving them all this shit. And it's just making them feel like, you know what, I'm safe and there's just crazy people out there and I don't want anything to change, even though it's like they're trying to keep the same timeline and never see it change. Evolution is opposite of that. Right? And that's exactly Neptune and Pisces, though, is like, you know what? There's big moral questions. I mean, I put Anne on our last show on this whole subject about abortion in a crazy way because I felt bad because I'm like, oh, you know, I don't want to make her feel like she's part of the convo with me. But it's like, I'm for free choice. But I'm also at the same time looking at it from a spiritual Neptune and Pisces perspective. Like, when it was about slavery in 1860, it was like, because I have control over another soul. Right? The same thing's happening now. I have control over this soul because it's my soul. Same thing. Whereas whether you're Rosicrucian teachings or spiritual teachings, that's God's soul that you're blessed enough to bring in here. That's not a Christian idea. That's gone even in Babylon, beyond, farther back, okay? All civilizations, all religions, all of it. It's the same thing again. We want to control another soul. They won't even call a baby a baby. They want to call it a fetus, that it's not. And, you know, when Senator Kennedy came up right before they went out of session last month and the abortion thing came up and he brought those abortion doctors, he's like, so at 12 weeks, when he's in there pulling the heart out and the legs, does the baby feel it? Well, it's the fetus. Does the fetus feel it? Yes. You don't tell that to the mothers? Then the Democrats went crazy. Shut them down. You can't say that right now.
Why not? I don't understand on what grounds they think you can't ask the questions in like that. It's
mind blowing to me because like we're in a world where it's like, I get it. If you can take the pill and it's early enough, right? Or if there was rape or incest, because that's fucking like succubus or incubus shit, right? Okay. But fucking, and definitely not, you don't find that out at 8 months. You don't find that out at 7 months.
Yeah.
Or you don't decide after it's born, no. But that's what's crazy is we're in a moment now. It's like, I'm in control of that soul. So it's like, I'm the overlord. I'm the God. It's not about my body. It's about my soul over the soul that I did the deed or whatever happened to me, if it's not one of those things. Because they had that girl who was raped at 12 by her stepdad. Mm-hmm. The problem is that you can now get the abortion pill in the mail, right? So that's the new thing, right? Or at CVS's, and that's the whole thing, right, that they're pushing. I follow this girl, I think her name's Lily, like Sophia and I watch her. Sophia's the one who turned me on because she has so many great people on about being new parents and all this stuff. All these stepdads, uncles, creepy dudes having sex with 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds. You know what they're doing because of this and why they are liberals and they push this shit? Because they do have sex with these young girls and then they order the abortion pills and put it in the 12-year-old girl drink. So you could be a dude, or think about this if you're a woman and you're 25, 30, whatever, and you get pregnant and you're like, you know what? I might want to have this kid. But the dude doesn't. Let's go out to drink. It's not about roofing you to have sex. It's about roofing you because I'm cheating on my wife or I'm cheating on this and there's no baby no more.
That's so horrendous.
And the studies of that coming out. And so, but the main thing that I love about it is, I don't love it, but I love that she bringing this up, is that why at the DNC did they not bring up where were the teachers, where were the family, where were the friends, and how do we prevent that from happening? Not about putting all of it on the strategy is, well, we need to make sure that 12-year-old can have an abortion.
Absolutely.
Like, no. Right? So it's not about whether it's right or wrong. It's the approach. It's the last approach to be used, and it shouldn't be just thrown around like fucking candy. Right? Because of who's using it. When men are buying abortion pills more than women, including ordering for at clinics, men.
That's a problem.
Okay? That's what's actually happening. And then the men in the mail are ordering more than the women. And throwing it in drinks. Or think of that. Think of dudes who cheat or get somebody pregnant and go, fuck my life. I have this. I didn't even think of this concept till I heard it 2 days ago. I'm like, that is fucking the world we're at and why they're pushing it. Because if you think of the Weinsteins, if he could have had that, how many actresses actually have a Weinstein kid? Well, like, think about that. Like, that haven't said anything, and because they're so famous, and they didn't tell their husband because they got the gig.
The reason you don't think about it is because that's not how your brain works.
Correct. I was mind blown. Right? So when you're throwing it around like candy like that, it also is like, when we were kids, to have an abortion was like fucking like you have to go down to the fucking thing and that's not a normal, easy thing to do, right? Like, so like when you're in puberty, having sex is like, I don't want to be on Teen Mom on MTV. The incentive now is you don't have to be. Just go to CVS and get a pill. So it becomes like Plan B back in the day. Now they've turned Plan B into Plan A. Just like straight up. Just fucking chew on that shit like an Alka-Seltzer. Have a nice day and wait till you look in the toilet and see a little gray little thing in the toilet to know that you flushed down the baby, the fetus that's that little.
But doesn't taking the pill, doesn't that actually make you sick?
It literally is like putting you through the augmenting of like having the pregnancy right there. Right?
I don't understand.
And shedding the inner whatever walls, the
lining of the
uterine
uterus.
walls.
Yeah.
To purge out. And also you're risking the ability to have more kids every time you take a pill.
I'm very grateful I've never been forced to make such a decision.
Well, look at now. Women are not even being forced. They're being forced like roofies.
It's so horrendous.
Right? So, like, people have to really think, like, are you going to fall back to Neptune and Pisces where it's like, I have control over this other soul, like a slave. Right? Like, that's my slave, my choice.
Neptune isn't fully out of Pisces till 2026, is it?
Correct.
That's where
but
it conjuncts with...
Whenever a planet comes into a sign, it begins the process. But when it's in that... That's what's hard is Neptune's so far out and, you know, it's 164.79 years. So 165, we rounded up. But it's like, you know, it takes its time to come in, come out, come in. But the fact that Pluto, 248 years, is doing the... Went into Aquarius last year, came back into Capricorn. Went into Aquarius this year, it's coming back in. We've never seen that. It's always a 1, 2, 3. Then back in. Not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, we're at this where we've never seen this shake of Pluto, anybody alive. The fastest part of Pluto, where it's actually in the solar system, where we can actually... That's why they found Pluto in 1930, right? Is because it came above the celestial equator. Now it's below. It's back in the underworld. You're not able to see Pluto anymore. That's why there's no more Pluto pictures, or they're not going to be able to do it. That's why 2018 was the last moment.
And it won't be visible again in our lifetime.
In our lives. So it's in the underworld now. And so, you know, these transits that are happening and why it's every sign, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, it just keeps going from 20 years to 24 to it just starts to go to these long, and then that, so like my daughter's going to live in a world that's more like the beginning of the 1800s and the 1820s where life just starts to slow down everything. No, there's not that much innovation. It's just very... We went through the fastest and it's over. So this whole idea that we're moving forward into all these grand new places to do this and abortion, it's all the opposite. You know? Like, think about it. Like, we can't even get antibiotics because they're all in China. Right? So you really think they're just going to be able to pump all the abortion pills that they want? It's going to go back to coat hangers.
Oof. I actually had to put a script in the other day, and it's on order. And it's not anything that I would have thought they needed to order, but it's on order.
And that's another thing that happened under the Biden-Harris that's insane. But, you know, Trump was the one who was like, I'm going to lower the costs of insulin and all that stuff. And then they took what he put in and claimed it.
Yeah, because they cancelled it and then redid it. And they're calling him a liar because somebody challenged them on that. And they said it's ridiculous that he ever claimed it. He never did it.
It's like, go watch all the speeches. Go watch him sign the paper. I can't. We're in a world where I can't believe. Or like now there was no American flags. Then for 2 days, people on X, everybody were like, there's no American flags at the fucking DNC, right? Gavin Newsom on the last day yesterday gets on and goes, you know what the Republicans have taken, which I'll give them, is patriotism. And we need to remind people that we have it here. So then there were American flags for Kamala. And then if you see people, some of the celebrities, it's like they've never held one in their life. They're like looking at it like, what is this thing? It's hilarious, right? So like they're just like, then there was the other thing was they do like, oh, because of Waltz, now we have a hunting hat. Because Trump has his red hats, right? So now they have the hunting hat with Kamala Waltz. Or we're not going back. So it's like they're just stealing everything and then reinverting it their own weird, twisted-ass way. Or even the AI thing about her pulling up, which it's crazy. You see the plane and the fucking wing is over the people? That's impossible. I worked in the Navy. I worked on F-18s. I'm an F-18 plane captain. I have my cert in quals. I was in the military, and look at my fucking record. I know what it's like to be in a fucking hangar every day and what There is no such thing as a jet getting that close to a hangar with people. Ever. With the fucking wing over the heads of people, and then just rolling up at like it's like a fucking limo. Like, yeah, we just rolled up with the jets on.
That's how people get sucked into the engine.
Exactly. So we're in a world that people are really getting like common sense and even just hermetic understanding, and it's gone. It's gone.
Somebody brought up the fact that the Democrats are so hardcore for abortions, IUDs, all of this, everything about not having children, not getting that birth rate back up. And somebody pointed out that they're essentially going to outbreed themselves in terms of that if they all keep running along this line, there's not going to be enough Democratic supporters being born.
That and nothing to fund, because already look at the jobs right now and the lies, and then now who's gonna be able to even pay the taxes, and when robots come in for AI, like who's gonna pay for all these programs that they want? They're all social programs that really are, because it's trendy now. If you're a parent and you have a teen, and that's what's scary about Harris, right? Is like, let's put my stepdaughter on display about her fluidity. That it's, as a liberal, you're not cool unless your kid who's in high school is transitioning. If your kid's not transitioning, you're not in. You're looked at as weird. But that's what's also stopping the birth rate too, is if you pump a bunch of fucking testosterone into women, or you do vice versa, estrogen, I mean, you're going to start seeing men with breast cancer that are claiming they're women, and you're going to start seeing fucking...
But these drugs on both sides sterilize.
I know, exactly. They sterilize them. So they're sterilizing them, or you're physically cutting their genitals off, and it's like the cool thing. It's so Hunger Games. It's like the cool thing to do. Like, how fashionable. Like, when did he transition? Oh, it's so cute. Well, I gotta go. I saw it on my Instagram. Where are you going? Well, I've got a couple people I want to go hang out with, like. It's fucking creepy.
It is. It's really creepy.
So, I mean, and I just brought that up as kind of the end of this, because the astrology is at that place a lot. And that is why, like, if you look at Trump as bad, it's like, he's actually the opposite of what you think, because it's not like he made this choice. The Supreme Court did. He chooses the justices. That's it. They are the ones who read the law and interpret it. They're the ones who kicked back something that, if you look at 15 years ago, 20 years ago, even Democrats wanted it to go to the states, because they wanted their state to have more abortion. Because actually Roe versus Wade caused California to have problems. Right? So, like, people are forgetting about that. That's not a law. It's not an amendment. It's just a court decision. That's it. It's not a law.
But this is where that repetitiveness comes in when they're speaking. It's just say the same thing over and over and over and over again.
Right. So when they
make it a truth.
When the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade and all that, what they did is go, we're not wanting to tell anybody what they need to do with their body. The state, which is what a republic is, like Vegas for gambling, or California with fucking weed at first, or whatever. Do whatever you want to do with it. And you will survive, right? So, like, the government's job, the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists fought for this country in that Constitutional Convention, that the Federalists won on protecting Americans for safety from foreign problems like wars and stuff like that, but to not also intervene with states and their own individual rights in the states. That's a republic. Mm-hmm. So people don't want that, though, for some reason. Because they've been tricked into thinking that it's the opposite. No. The Supreme Court just gave the freedom for Maryland or whatever state you're in, and that's what they're voting on right now in these primaries and that are going to be on the bills for the ballot. If you want to fucking abort a baby at 3 years old and enough people voted for it, it would be legal. So it's the opposite. Like, and Republican states have voted to keep abortion. And do you see Trump having a panic attack? He even said today, like, look at Kansas. They went left with it. Ohio went left on abortion, but not on other issues. That's the way it should be. It's back to the people. So anybody having that argument is retarded.
I can't figure out if they just don't understand their own electoral system and justice system and how all of these things work, or if society's at a point where we're just so brainwashed from watching legacy media, or the other side of that is seeing, 3-minute clips on TikTok or Instagram, and then they think they understand the deeper story to something versus somebody who is parroting what somebody else said. So nobody actually knows the truth behind a story in terms of the depth. So this is what it looks like on the surface, but you have to understand how the Constitution is set up, right, how the justice system is set up, how your government is set up. And I can't figure out what the answer is.
Kamala didn't answer yet because she hasn't done an interview or even on her speech. Like, what about the TikTok bill that's coming up at the end of this year that if they don't sell, that they're banned? But she's using TikTok to be all brat. Right, so when James O'Keefe went, I know you haven't seen it yet, so after he did the whole Confront Act Blue, he just went randomly to, like, where they were doing Planned Parenthood, and he just went... and he's dressed up like all like, liberally, like, where's the vasectomy tent? They're like, oh, you missed it. It was Monday, Tuesday. I missed it. I really, you know what? I guess next year. I guess the next one. Okay, thank you so much. Like, oh yeah, I hope you can get one next time. Which, whatever, that's America. But, like, when you look into that too, prostate cancer, like that's like the number one thing. It's not natural to like
as a
let
man,
yourself have the fluid of the semen, but no semen come out. And where does all that semen go? What's it going to do? It's like the same way. That's how, if you think about how like antidepressants work with like, okay, we're going to reuptake, meaning that we're going to let all the serotonin not be taken back in. We're going to just let it sit there. So if you think about vasectomies and you actually go deeper down that rabbit hole, if you really want to, it's the same as an antidepressant, but with like keeping your sperm that never can be discharged anywhere except die within you. Talk about blue balls. But it's happening outside of the balls, and more prostate is what regulates urine and these things for men.
Oh, so you're saying that's why there's a rise in prostate cancer?
Correct. And always, it's like, I don't know the exact stat at this moment, but I think it's close to 7 out of 10 had a vasectomy.
That's interesting. But that aside, hypothetically, if you were to go and get a vasectomy, would you
Never.
go? No, I get that. But just let me ask the question. Hypothetically, if you said, this is what I'm going to do, we're done having kids and this is what I'm doing.
Learn to control your cum.
Yep. Can I finish the
Yes.
question?
No, I know. I was just...
But would you go to the clinic, or would you be comfortable getting on an RV and letting them snip or clamp or whatever it is they do these days?
No, I was laughing because when I looked at the RV, I was like, I've looked at those RVs. Like, it's a fifth wheel toy hauler like mine. They use the garage that's meant for like motorcycles, kids' bikes, my Can-Am, whatever, as the operating table that I usually go to parties and put my DJ gear in at festivals, or I fucking and have a party in there, and it's not that nice. It's just basic. It's just like,
I just wouldn't feel comfortable having a surgical procedure at all, let alone on my testicles. I don't have testicles.
Well, I think you have to be pretty shut off spiritually to be like, because if I were to be in that situation, I'd be like, I'm very aware of the environment or where I'm at. Like, am I really sitting in front in Chicago of this arena right now I'm in an RV and letting people go up and kill my baby and pull it out of me, or snip my fucking and tie my fucking
Vas deferens.
my fucking portal that God gave me of creation and cut it off, but to make it look good, just let the fucking fluid that doesn't meet with the sperm go. So I'm really just shooting weird, slimy, not filled up blanks. And then that affects your ability to really, like, if you think when women's go on birth control hormone wise, right? They always say, like, once they get off it, the person they're with, they are like, oh my God, I'm not even into you. What the fuck? Because their hormones aren't regulated. Think about all the men.
Can I tell you?
And the women who force men to do it, that already, like, if a man was to try and force a woman to be on birth control, that's a no-no.
But
we're in a world
in
now
fairness,
where,
that happens in a lot of relationships where the guy says, well, I don't want to wear a condom. I don't want this. You've got to go on the pill. It does happen.
Learn how to fucking hold your cum and know what you're doing. That means they're probably watching porn too much and they fucking just in the first second. Right? Like, so.
But
like,
can I tell you, before any studies came out about, or any studies that I was aware of about this whole thing about women coming off the pill and not being attracted to their partners, I had a girlfriend that had a theory about this, and because we were talking about birth control, and I had said to her at the time, I will never be on another hormone-based birth control. I was on the pill for 10 years, and the changes that I noticed in my body when I went off that, mind-blowing. And she said, I've got this theory, and she said, look at how many couples, when they're done having children, whether she goes through menopause or he gets a vasectomy, they break up. And she goes, I wasn't attracted to him anymore. She said, I'm telling you, it's the pill. It's all the hormones. And I went, that's really interesting. And then years later.
And the pheromones.
I started becoming aware of all these studies. And that to me is so freaking fascinating.
It is, because now this might sound crazy, but in astrology, it's pretty easy to see times of, like, when somebody's, whether it's the man or the woman, possibly could have a child, right?
What are the telltale signs?
I mean,
in a chart.
You'd have to show me a chart, and then I would show you, because dispositors change, right? Because it can be 5th house, 8th house. It can be Pluto stuff. It can be a lot of that, but usually it could be, especially in solar astrology, like 8th house stuff and other weird stuff like that. But
and just before you go any further, can you tell by looking at just a single person's chart, or is it easier to tell when you're looking at people together and how their charts?
No, I would look at the individual.
Okay.
But if I wanted to look at both, then I would look at them both individually first before I combine them into a composite or Davison, or progress composite too. But I would say that if a man's ejaculation, right, like, so, like, women out there are like, oh my God, like, if a little gets on the vulva, let's say, I'm going to be pregnant. Okay. Now, if you're under that transit, they're probably, but the way that it was meant to do is those motherfuckers got to swim. One has to get in, it has to swim, and then the egg has to receive it. But the whole point is the egg chooses.
Correct.
That what doesn't want to be talked about in this spiritual community right now, when a woman gets pregnant with somebody that they want to have, they wanted that. Because those transits are all about what comes with creative and sexually charged transits to have a child, and in creation comes this energy of just wanting that, even if it's with somebody they don't like, that it's a subconscious, I want to have this in the moment, and then, right, so it's like, so I would say that's like majority of the time, right, like a 99% of the time. It's that 1% that can be really weird, right? but there's also something in your chart that's showing you to say, maybe pay attention to this next couple months or a year. Like, should I really go out with my girlfriends to the one bar where I did hear that story that somebody got roofied? Should I really go hang out with my ex-stepdad who's calling me and sending me emojis that with hearts, who wants to hang out for the night? Like, people are not paying attention and putting the blame, and that's what North Node Chiron helps people start to see, is like all this victim shit. Like, is it really victimized shit, or is it more of like, I can identify with it being in areas like this and feel better? And that's where it's a huge contrast seeing, like, all I looked at the DNC was like, this is just Chiron and Aries. Like, they can't even put the donkey up anymore because they're cutting their dicks off and there's no more donkey dicks.
I will say all the victim stuff, just in general, and anyone that was watching, I don't know if it was a month ago or 2 months ago because I've lost all sense of time. And I was saying, your feelings don't matter. And in so many instances, they don't. And people are trying to insert, you know, like with work. People go, well, at work, I felt picked on when I was given some criticism about the job that I'd done. No, it's called feedback. Because you're meant to get better and you're meant to do all this. And I do feel that society at the moment has taken this big turn into everything is about my feelings, my feelings, my feelings. And as an Aries, drives me up the fucking wall. Just stop.
Well, that's what's going to be hard about the cross of planning ending and the cross of the sleeping phoenix is it activates the solar plexus, which is all about feelings.
Feelings in the right context don't bother me.
Of course, but it means that we have to also, in moments like in politics or in the world at this moment, especially with Pluto coming back to Capricorn, nobody's going to be able to escape the political thing. So everybody being like, I'm so over this and stop talking about it. Talk about something else. No, you should be talking about it because that's what Pluto's telling you or is going to reap hell on you, right? But it's like, whenever you're in a situation now and it's like, okay, we're talking about it or whatever, and we're talking about all these things, people have to actually go, okay, this shit's very important for us to be looking at how it all works, what's happening, because if you don't in your life, you don't know where you're going to go next. You don't know what's really happening in your life. You're not paying attention because there's all these secrets behind all of it to pay attention to. Pluto's showing you things. I actually had another thought, but I tried my best to clear it. Right? What were you just saying? Because I had something.
Oh, I was saying about how, as an Aries, everybody's stuck in their feelings. Right. And I'll just add one thing.
The wave, I was just going to say, is that when the shit comes up, everybody needs to take a week to see if they still feel the same way before they make the choice about what's happening in the world.
But the other part of it is, for me, one of my biggest lessons in life, and it was when I was doing the therapy that I did many, many years ago, and I had a fight with the therapist at the time when she said it, but she said, you're responsible for everything in your own life. And I've had some pretty traumatic things happen to me when I was younger, and I cursed her out and I left. And then I still needed help, so I called her and I apologized for my behavior and said, can I come back? And she said yes. So I went back in to see her and she said, can I explain what I mean? And she did. And can I tell you, taking responsibility for my life, and if anybody wants to know about her therapy, because I'm not going to get into it, it's a whole thing, but there is a video. It's talking with psychotherapist Ida on my YouTube channel. So it's there if you want to see about her therapy and how that all works, because I know we talk about this part of it. But in taking responsibility for my life, it was the most powerful, transformative thing that has ever happened. And there are moments where I get sad and I feel some kind of way, but I'm always looking at how I can change my response to something, how I can take control of the situation. I am never the victim, ever, ever, ever. And I understand why people feel at times like a victim, but people that live in perpetual victimhood, I can't listen to it. I don't have the patience for it, because you know what? If you want to be the victim, that's fine, but you can stay there and wallow. I want to be
Right.
with people that are in their feelings, that do feel certain things, that can articulate it, but want to move on and grow and create a better life versus being stuck there saying, poor me. So when I say I don't care about your feelings, that's the respect, that it's in that sort of aspect that I mean it. But it drives me nuts. And I do feel like there's a lot of it at the moment where everyone feels that they're victimized. And I'm just so over it.
Yeah, a good example. I love that you bring that up because even Pluto and Capricorn's like, you have to take responsibility for your life and the things that happen. Even the shit, Pluto's always the deepest of the shit. But if you think of like, okay, what people might not be thinking and what you're saying is like, if I gave it an astrological, it's like, let's say somebody got pregnant, because we were talking about that, and you're a woman. And based off your chart, Venus is a big part of it, and Venus is in play. And you forgot Venus just made its conjunction to your sun. That was the night that you had sex and you were feeling a certain way, but you were ready 2 weeks later because it wasn't a slow Venus. It was just a Venus normal transit coming by. It wasn't retrograding your sign. It wasn't doing anything. And it's an important part of your chart. It rules certain prices, and you're having aspects that are hitting things that disposit it and so forth, right? And as the egg would be Venus, right? Well, technically the egg is all the planets in one with Mercury at the middle. But, you know, you're feeling the victim 4 weeks later. You forgot about that Venus transit because you were watching Co-Star or you're watching some horrible YouTube astrologer. It's like, this is Venus and blah, blah, blah. You're going to get money and you're going to get... You didn't even think about, oh, wait, that actually made my egg desire subconsciously that my boyfriend isn't really there for me a lot. So I'm subconsciously wanting that affection, that love more. So I'm going to be even more open, and I'm making that egg more open. And I forgot about that because I also decided to drink a lot because it was Venus conjunct my sun that night. So was it his fault for not being attentive to you, or was it your fault for continuing to double down on a Venus transit of, you know what, I want to try and get them more, and I also chose to drink and then, like, you know, so it's like, no, you have to at that point be like, especially astrology would help you go, oh fuck, like that was happening, and you know what, Venus rules my fifth, let's say, or whatever, you know, it's like, okay, and it was on there, and then plus I'm going through a big 8th house transit and a 7th house transit and a 5th house transit, and my progressed moon, it just went into Scorpio. Like, I just finished my progressed moon in Scorpio for 2.5 years, and I had a baby in the middle of it. Well, I didn't, but Sophia did, right? And I got married and all that. And they say that's the worst transit to have, right? And I also have a moon in Taurus, so to oppose my moon, I'm all Leo. I have Saturn in Scorpio, I have Mars in Scorpio, so progressed moon going through my chart is fucking crazy if it's in fixed, especially Scorpio. But it was actually an extremely amazing, because I chose to give life and receive that call. Or I'm in a Pluto transit, Pluto opposite my sun, Neptune's going to Neptune, and it's like, I need to let this dissolve and move to the next studio and realize, no, it's not about events anymore. People don't really want to go to events unless it's like the right timing or whatever. You know, it's like, I don't need all this extra space because it's the old high vibe, there's a new high vibe now. And so when you receive, really what it is with Pluto and Capricorn is learning to receive responsibility for your actions and the things that are happening cosmically and spiritually. Receive it, and you'll be fine with responsibility. Mm-hmm. That the responsibility is to receive the responsibility. And it's learning to receive. But people are wanting to be the one in full control, because it's really not about control. Like, I'm controlling the outcome. It's more like you're trying to control what you don't want to receive has happened. That's how I look at it astrologically. Is like, oh, like this happened? Well, you can easily see with Capricorn the steps that got that to happen. Instead of receiving it, you're denying that and trying to push it away because you don't want to feel it, or you don't want to. And that's really irresponsible, because it's kind of like, if it's a good thing, you're pushing away a good thing. That's the problem in relationships today. So many people are like, oh, you know what, I don't know. I don't want to, or whatever, because I have some other goal or I have some other thing. And then it's like, when JD Vance said the cat lady thing is kind of true. It's also with guys though. What he doesn't bring up is how many, video games are the number one addiction of men these days. And so he would have been smart to bring out the cat lady thing, because that is true. But what's worse is women, I just saw the study, are the most unattractive to men playing video games. That's the number one thing. It beats gambling. That used to be the number one thing, was gambling. It beats hitting on other girls. Hitting on other girls actually is lower than gambling, and lower. The highest is men playing video games.
Yeah, I can
Right?
completely
And
understand.
when you think of obesity and not just the chemical stuff, then just the video game, and just wasting their whole lives playing a video game.
When I worked at the casino in Melbourne, I remember speaking to a bunch of guys more so. There were a few women, but they basically worked to be able to go home and play their video games. And when they got 3 days off or 4 days off and they could just play video games, they were so happy. It's not a life I understand, and everybody can do whatever it is that brings them joy. But I have to say, I'm not a gambler. I want someone who's faithful. I don't care if they flirt,
Right.
but I want someone who's faithful. But I would probably pick the flirt who gambles over the video game player any day of the week.
Exactly.
It's so unattractive.
So, I think that's where, because he targeted women, you have to be hermetic and then be like, well, and then all the guys who are, the white men for Harris thing. Okay, that's a little different. Their video game's Grinder. With their little monkey fucking emojis and shit. Right? So, or Tim Waltz, oh, did you know too, he wasn't the coach because he had his DUI and all that shit? He was a high school teacher, but high school teachers that have DUIs and criminal shit, they don't let you be in control of the extracurricular activities as the head coach. He was
They picked a winner.
a coach that gave guidance and was an assistant, far down coach, wasn't the main coaches.
How did they ever think he was a good option?
And so then they call him coach and all that shit. He was not the coach. The coach. It's fucking insane that people are falling for all this shit without doing their research. Was this guy? Because it's sounds too perfect. And the way, I understand how the liberals are using people on X are making fun of his son, saying that's my dad. But then it was don't say he's autistic, because it kind of looked like that. But then now they're saying he has a learning disorder. What's that? What's the disorder? But it was weird how his dad's come here on the stage. It's I already could see that poor family has to him probably lie to all them all day and be like, yeah, when I was in war, Dad, you were here. Get over here. When I was the coach, now you had that DUI, Dad. You weren't the coach. You were a coach, but you were an assistant coach.
But not only that.
When I was a coach, we won. So it's the same thing of we went to war, we won the football. He throws himself in, but really, he's the last name on the list. That it's I made the best movie in the world when you're the assistant to the assistants to the assistants.
Makeup artist is assistant, sound effects, person who picked up the food only at the studio for post-production. That's the world we live in now, that the liberals want you to celebrate that you're a hero when you're like the incentive to be a better human being now. Trophy.
Right, yeah, exactly. Right? I think it was crazy that they try to attack JD Vance on all of it when it's well, that dude was fucking born in the most poor fucking white trash shit. It wasn't like he, had a silver spoon, right? But it's like now they want you to celebrate, which I believe too. You got to start somewhere. We all start somewhere. But it's like they always try, like when they did the whole Kamala thing, like, well, she grew up in an apartment above a nursery. I'm like, what does that have anything to do? Like, I grew up across the street from my fucking elementary school. Like, because you think Kamala was just so all about the babies down there when she was 1? Like, no, it was her mom, because she was a single mom, could be at that nursery and she didn't have to go anywhere, and put her in childcare, because that's the other thing that they push, which hurts children more than anything. It creates all the ADHD and everything is the first 3 years if your kid's in fucking childcare. That's all the studies, all the problems, all the attachment issues, all of it. If you throw your kid into fucking, right, they don't want you to be a mom and have that first couple years to bond with your kid and not put them and have the fucking anxiety fucking of the brain that it shouldn't be having. Where's mom? Where's this? Who's these kids around? After school childcare or any kind of childcare is what's causing the epidemic of fucking mental health by the time that they hit adolescence. And that's fact.
It's not just that, though.
I know. It's a massive part, though, of the basics of every
you've got
other country.
Food, you've got everything that's being put into
yeah,
these
but
kids.
I'm saying that every other country, though, the moms carry the baby 24/7 for the first 3 years. We're the only country that does this. You're going in childcare.
It's not the only country. Australia, UK, New Zealand, the Western world.
America's the leader as far as it's like 70% of kids go into some sort of childcare in the first year.
Well, everything shifted when the women's movement happened, which people don't realize was funded by one of the big families. I don't know if it was the Rockefellers, but
it was actually a woman who was in San Francisco during the whole 60s movement and during the Haight-Ashbury moment, who never had a kid herself.
But my point is, it was organized and paid for by the big families, and it was because they wanted women to go out to work so that rather than 50% of the population being taxed, they could tax 100% of the population. So everyone thinks that the women's movement, women's lib, all of that, was this natural desire to get to this place. It absolutely wasn't. They have been staging all of these things, and ironic that it comes out of the Haight-Ashbury because, again, Manson came out of there as well.
Well, there good people like Timothy Leary, but it was like it was a mixture. But they were using the sexual times, and it was weird because that movement was against white collar whiskey drinking corporation work, right? And turned it into, no, we need to go work. The reason why Ford made the Mustang in 63 and a half was for women to go to work to an office job.
I just want to clarify, my point with the Haight-Ashbury thing was it was infiltrated very heavily by the CIA because there were opportunities to get in there and create all sorts of things. And I have for quite a while now maintained that every massive moment in our history that changes the fabric of society, if you dig deep enough, you'll find the CIA, because there's a reason why they're trying to push society in that direction.
Yeah, like Puff Daddy with Tupac's death and all that, CIA, and then did you hear
gangster rap was started by the CIA?
I don't know if this is true or not.
Yeah.
Did you hear this yet about, because Jennifer J-Lo and Ben Affleck, she just divorced him on their anniversary.
Yeah, she filed on their anniversary.
The rumor mill is saying, because especially we live here in fucking Tinseltown, Puff Daddy has a tape of her from like 15 years ago, and Ben found out about it and fucking went crazy. And she's making it look like he doesn't want to be around because she's not saying why either. He just doesn't want to be around. And what's crazy is in all my Hollywood life connects, her tape is right now with all the Puff Daddy shit going on. When they got the stuff from his house, there's a massive tape of her in there.
Wouldn't surprise me, but I I don't know if I believe that would be the reason why he would leave. I mean, it may play into it, because if you think about, again, go back to The Greatest Love Story Never Told and his interview in that, because it popped up in my feed earlier today. People are revisiting that since she filed. And he's there saying, you're calling it The Greatest Love Story Never Told, and you're letting the musicians and everybody that comes in read these private letters between you and I. And so I would say things like that, and the fact that Jennifer doesn't love anyone as much as she loves Jennifer, would play a part in all of this as well.
Yeah, it's just kind of interesting, because you're right, the CIA thing, because like Timothy Leary at that time, same place, but he did the opposite. He told people, I've created Millbrook, and we've created where, families can be with their kids and raise their kids however they want and be with them and not be in this crazy machine that's fucking, right? And it's like kind of crazy because they went after him so hard.
Well, so reading Chaos, the CIA effectively ended the free love movement with Charles Manson, because it made everybody turn on hippies. So again, you've got the
Beatniks who did it.
You've got the CIA in the middle of all of this. So I'm not saying that there probably was this movement that could have changed society in a really beautiful way, but instead it was hijacked and they turned it the way they wanted it to be turned.
And then in the psychedelic movement, there was a young girl who jumped out of a window on acid, and they used that as a huge thing. And Timothy Leary he debated so many times and being like, okay, we don't know the circumstance of why or what. It wasn't the acid that did it, right? Like, same thing with certain chemicals for certain people that might make them allergic or go crazy. But like, that's the thing, is acid doesn't kill. It's not killing people. It's not physically killing people, right? It's not like making people go crazy. If anything, it's making people wake up, and the craziness is waking up. I don't really, personally, I've said this a couple times in my life, but I would say that there's only a handful of people I know that actually really can get it who haven't done acid. And all the people that I've always been closest with in my life on spiritual issues or anything, without even knowing prior, all took acid too. So there's a weird thing too, because the CIA is really obsessed with acid. That was their number one part of the MK Ultra thing, right? And I feel like what they've done with all the fucking shit they're putting in the fucking skies and the fucking chemtrails and shit, it's like they found a way to do the opposite of what acid is. And we're in the transit right now of when acid by Albert Hoffman got synthesized. So they're talking about psychedelics now, but big pharma getting involved and therapists getting involved and making that the new thing. And I think that's going to be where controlled therapy of that is a really bad mistake. Putting people in a fucking corporate office and having them drop into fucking acid trip and be manipulated and coerced it would be the most terrifying.
Well, so again, if you go back and read Chaos, this guy has not left a single stone unturned, and it's all about how they were using it and the experiments that they did. An elephant died in the middle of this because this guy, Jolly West, was going to try and get an elephant to go into this period where essentially the women are on heat. So he goes on heat for it's called mush or something like that, for 2 weeks. And he did his calculations, injected this elephant with LSD, and it died on the spot. They injected mice and did all these experiments to see how violent they would turn, and all these different things in different types of environments, crowded environments and environments that were more spacious. And
elephants are one of the most empathetic, spiritual, psychic mammals and creatures and souls on the planet.
Well, when he killed it, everyone said, well, who's going to pay for it? And people thought it was a joke and funny, which just blows my mind. And what do you know? The CIA came in and paid for the elephant. So this guy, in his correspondence, some of the correspondence that wasn't destroyed, he says he needs to do these experiments on unwitting subjects. So they have studied how to use it to...
What do you think the COVID vax was? Unwilling subjects to what... We don't know still what's in there. There's no list.
No, but this was... What I'm talking about was back with
Of
LSD.
course.
And then they
I'm
were
just saying
experimenting with
that's what they've
amphetamines
done.
as well.
That's what they've done with the COVID shot, that we don't know what's in there. That they think it's about protecting themselves from some fucking weird virus, that they're actually creating viral craziness of weird other shit in the population. But what's even more sinister is, like, what if you took, like in astrology, we have the vertex and we have the anti-vertex. The anti-LSD is in there. That's why at Matrix 4, remember, you and I watched it here when it first came out, right in the middle when they were pushing the shots. And that movie shows the matrix shifting. The blue pills in that one too are fucking happening, and the way that everybody's all lost in the sauce. That's what I feel is happening. And then when we always talk about chemtrails and like the aluminum and shit, the way the CIA did their tests was crop dust and throw fucking the shit in the sky over troops and people. What else is in that shit? Like, what I think part of the secrets that are going to come out is the whole COVID thing was from the sky, from all this weird shit. Because people that were in Amish, like, that never went into other towns, they didn't see people got supposedly COVID, right? People in New York, upstate New York, that lived 100 miles from people who didn't go into a town, they got COVID. They didn't see anybody. So it's not about transmission between people until the shot came out. They are throwing something in the sky. So, and that's what Pluto and Aquarius is about, is the skies. The hidden things in the skies, whether it's UFOs, but I think what people are even more terrified is what the chemicals, what the psychological drugs are in the fucking chemtrails. It's already in our water, right? It's already, right? Like how many people are on pills and shit. It's already in the water. It's in the ocean. And it's in the skies, too. If you even think naturally, they've got it with evaporation and all that in the skies. But that's what's going to blow people's minds, is that they're fucking... they're fucking with people that way. And for some reason, they know that, like, a part of the population that's susceptible to being turned into an MK Ultra ultimate, like, it's not about the individual who's going out and doing crazy things like a Charles Manson or whatever. We now have a whole group of the population who's
Zombied.
Controlled out by that.
And this is the whole thing. When I see people that will not have a conversation, that they're so dogged in what they believe, and I think this can go for either side of the political spectrum, but I do unfortunately think I see it more on the left. These people that you try and have a conversation with them, and they may not physically be putting their hands in their ears and saying no, 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 but that's a feeling. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't have an actual conversation with them. When I think of the final scene in Matrix 4 when everybody...
Swarm.
Yeah. I don't want to say what happens in case there is somebody that hasn't watched it, but that's...
Activate swarm.
But that's what I think of when I see these people. I'm like, you are a freaking zombie. You're a soldier.
Yeah, and I feel like that's been turned on, and Pluto and Capricorn's got the last code. Thinking about Pluto and Capricorn, because it's coming back for the third time, which we've never seen Pluto come back into a sign for 3 times in our lives, is... Now, other people have 248 years ago and so forth. Mm-hmm. When we go to this transition point that changes the world forever. Capricorn's about plans that were set, that people think it's all over, and they think it's all going to be like what it was at the beginning of the plan. We're way past that. But the sinister part is the hidden thing that's been planned but has already been working and is Pluto is always about inside, what's inside people. And I've said since day one, it's that people are going to find out it's alien. Like what took over and swarmed Fauci and all these people to convince people of complete lies to do this shit. And why? And what got put in them. And you can't take back. Capricorn's a hard sign because it's like you can't take back a decision. Like a good example would be like, maybe you should put the sails down and trim them because you'll go a little farther instead of opening the sails, where too much wind or too much gust can actually blow the sail out or take you too fast and not be, right. So like, you can't take back in sailing or in any, and ships are ruled by Capricorn. It looks like a ship, Saturn. You can't take back the courses you take. If you're going to the Bermuda Triangle in the middle of a fucking hurricane and with whatever's going on, you can't turn around and say, I'm done. There's time. There's too much. There's not enough time, right? So people don't realize that, like, there is no more, like, second chances. The only way to get through this is, like, this last week of you either see what's really happening and accept and receive in order for it to not try and pull you down to the underworld. Then there was an article just last week, remember, about that there are, there's a bunch of scientists who now are proving that there are fourth dimensional beings that are like living down here in 3D. And it's crazy because in all my past life regressions, that's where I ended up, is bouncing between those worlds and many other dimensions. But the fourth dimension are these permanent VR kind of style, no time, dark light, anything you want, and then you could jump down here and live that too. So the movies Underworld are like my favorite, about vampires and werewolves, but what's crazier is the lichens, but what's crazier is about the story about the genetics in that, and it gets even crazier to when the public finds out and they go into it, and the people in power are really lichens who are just really trying to win over everything and will do anything for the hybrid blood. So when you think of the kids who were born who have a COVID vax and shit, it's more than adrenochrome, or it's more about this hybrid weird alien style blood that they're after to create some sort of hybrid obsession with, like, transcending humanity and transcending the soul into a god, that they're going to fail in the Hydra shit. Good show.
Yeah. I can't add anything else to that.
People have a great weekend, thinking this is your last fucking weekend of Pluto in Aquarius until it comes back, and it will never be the same, and it will not feel. Pluto is the best manipulator, meaning it looks like the world's going to be fine in Aquarius. This isn't the Pluto in Aquarius transit yet. It went direct in Capricorn. Went retrograde in Aquarius. It's going to come direct again in Capricorn. And so, the idea that even like this Kamala Harris, the same, that fucking song, I can't. The one song they play for her on everything, and that's another weird thing, is they play it at the same time. I
don't even know what song it is.
It's like, I will not be in that. Some like soulful, like weird, like I can just like, I will find it just for you at this moment because it's fucking.
Do you know? I actually
annoying.
think I tuned a lot of it out. I would have it playing, but my mind
part of the
would
MK
go
Ultra
elsewhere.
thing.
It's part of why I can't do audiobooks. If I have things playing and I'm doing something else, my mind goes to a different place. I think of something else.
It's like, I can't like it's so like it's so funny because there's just all these other things that it has, but it's like oh yeah, here I'm just gonna like I think it's hold on. Oh yeah, freedom. There's freedom, freedom. Every time that's all they do. Freedom, freedom.
It's like they're in the gospel
going down
church.
to hell. I cannot. That is an MK Ultra thing. That's always it. Every time.
But it amazes me that it was the democratic cities that were the most locked down, all of that, and they're spouting freedom.
That's what's so insane. Freedom from what? She has nothing to declare that she's doing freedom for.
And the one thing I want to say, I don't care whether you follow Trump or not, support. They keep saying he's going to shut down media outlets. He's going to stop you from being able to vote. He's going to stop any future elections. All this bullshit. He didn't do it in the first 4 years. Right. Why do you think he would suddenly do it now? And he's never even talked about it.
Even when they were doing the Russia collusion bullshit and it was all a lie, he didn't shut him down.
Because I don't care who you support. I genuinely don't. Right. This is the beauty of freedom of speech and freedom of choice, all of that. But I don't like when people aren't honest. So it's the same thing with the hypocrisy about, the whole we're not going to tax tips for hospitality workers when they're being disingenuous about how that came to be and that Trump came up with it first, the whole insulin thing. So I look at all of that and that's what I don't like. And they're being completely disingenuous with this shit that they're saying about all the things Trump's going to do. It's the same as when someone called me and said, Trump's not going to leave the White House. And I said, what are you talking about? And they were telling me they'd read an article, Trump's not going to leave the White House. He's not going to hand over power. Trump not only left the White House, he left early. I know. So I get so tired of the lies. That's it.
And he called out the laptop, which they said didn't exist, and it does. And even before Trump, everybody's saying about Burisma, and now 2 weeks ago, right before the DNC, it happened. It's like people need to. The only conclusion as an astrologer I can get with how weird it is, because after 2029, 30, the astrology gets so boring.
Well, sometimes people need time to
recover.
recover.
It will always be interesting, but it won't be like this. It won't be back-to-back. And it's not conjunctional astrology anymore, which is what happened during the Black Plague in 1345 through 49 and all that.
But we're absolutely living through historical times. It started in 2020.
And this is bigger than that. So it's like...
Yeah.
People need to really realize, this shit's not a joke. People are kind of feeling that this is no joke. This is a big moment because, do you want a humanity that's going to just lose any trace of freedom or not? It's at that point. Mm. And the reason why the Democrats attack Trump all the time and lie is because they're the ones taking all the freedoms away and they want to put it on him so they get more people to keep buying into their fucking taking away of freedom. That's what you do, especially. That's what socialists do. That's what fucking communists do. So it's like, how can you not see that? It's happening right in front of your face. But I guess, a lot of kids didn't listen to their grandparents teach them this shit. They didn't fucking pay attention to history. They don't know what to even listen to because they get groomed by their family or parents or friends who try to get them to be something, which is really dark. Like, oh, come watch Kamala's brat thing with me. And then 4 weeks from now, it's going to be like, do you want to chop off your tits with me, honey? And let's be brat and let's go be guys? That's the reason why I brought you to my house.
This is where, though, it's so important for people to travel outside of their own country. I realize that saying that isn't that easy for people, but it's important to go to third world countries, especially countries where socialism and communism are either still in play or have been. No, but I mean,
go hop their walls and see what they do, even in third world countries.
Go to Cambodia. And go to the killing fields and learn about that. Go and buy a book and read about the Khmer Rouge and Pol Pot. Go and learn these things and educate yourself versus sitting in a classroom having someone tell you this utopian vision and actually understand what's happening. You don't have to like Trump, but look at the Democratic Party with a critical eye. Don't believe everything and don't think that just because you've always voted Democrat that's where you have to stay. And I'm not saying that you should be voting for Trump. My point is just do it with a critical eye and listen to what's going on and pay attention. Believe what you're seeing with your eyes versus just what you're hearing with your ears.
Right. Well, we've never seen an independent candidate in all American history of presidential races ever pull his name off 10 states or any states, and then build a coalition with a side to defeat the other side because it's that bad. That should say everything right there. And if you're still trying to fight that one, I have nothing but my best wishes for you, but it's not about my best wishes or your best wishes or any human beings. This is a power that's way beyond us that is coming to do some shit that I've warned about for so long that I can't be the warning person any longer because there is no more. And I've built a coalition against me that hate me because of it, and I'm whatever. I'll take that fucking hit. But fucking, at least I'm not taking that hit. And at least I have the courage to say it and to look at it from both sides, and I can understand where people are at with it. But you got to wake up out of this because it's causing more harm than good. You know, it's causing more death. It's causing more freedom taken away. It's causing... The world doesn't have to be this way. And I mean, I was so happy that Bobby talked about the Ukraine, like 600,000 Ukrainians dead, 100,000 Russians dead. We should be praying for all of them, but that's because of fucking Biden and what they've done and what Obama did in 2014. And
he talked about the peace agreement that was already there and done.
I know, and was done by the EU. And so... you know, because if it's Kamala, it's straight up World War III with the draft, and they already have it in the bill. And if you vote for a Democrat in your local, thinking, maybe I'll vote for Trump, but my local I'll do Democrat. You're gonna have them all. There's the bill for 2025 fiscal year, and the NDAA about women being in the draft, and it's the Democrats that brought that up, and that's what they want to push. Then they want to pack the court. Then they want to change, and they're not gonna be able to, but they will. Try their hardest. They try to get rid of the filibuster in the last 3.5 years. That is insane.
Well, but...
And thank God for Joe Manchin at that time to fucking call that out and say no, because when it happens to us, that would be it's supposed... The Constitution's meant to be for a certain thing.
But not only that, look at the millions of dollars that the Democrats have spent just trying to stop a third party being able to run in the election.
Right.
If he wasn't a threat, like you've said all along and the legacy media has said all along, why would you tie him up in court and do all these things when Bobby's argument has been, according to the Constitution, you only need 3 things to be able to run for president. And I meet all of those criteria. I was born in the United States. I'm an American citizen. And what was the other one? I always forget the third one. But anyway, he met it.
Yeah, I was just going to pull up the filibuster Democrat vote that they tried to do back in the day. Oh, it just came out right now. Chuck Schumer outlines 2025 agenda, and this is NBC News. If Democrats sweep, eyeing filibuster change. Then he wants to get rid of the 60-vote rule to pass a major pair of bills, right? That's scary. Like, that's whatever you think Project 2025 is. The worst thing in the world is that right there. Oh, yeah. Just stop the way that the Constitution works.
So are they trying to basically get rid of all the checks and balances?
Correct. Because the way that the Constitution's built is they know that it's always going to be hot and contested. So the Senate's where you slow it down because that's where the coin fucking has to get approved. Like the House passes it. The Senate has to approve it. And the Senate is the one where you cool it down. There's 2 representatives for each state, right? And fucking when it comes to appropriations and bills like that, there's a filibuster, meaning when it comes to big shit, you got to have bipartisan, unless you do have 60 people in there, which is usually never happening, right? So you need to have that 60+% vote because there's 100 people in there to make sure that it goes through, that there's some people on the other side that are agreeing too. So it does feel more like the people opposed to just one side being like, no, we're doing everything we want. And the only people to ever fucking go as far as ever was the last 3.5 years, the Senate Democrats trying to get rid of the filibuster. And Joe Manchin saved us from that and then left the Democratic Party and is an independent. He's not running for anything anymore. And people forget about that. Oh, and it was in cinema too. Remember from Arizona? She was the one. Because they wanted to change that rule, and that was January 19th, 2022, and they were all stuck in masks. Right? And fucking they voted 48-52 against changing the chamber's filibuster rule, dooming much of Democrats' agenda of the near term. Democrats were ultimately split on the rules, and thank God that didn't happen because they wanted to make the Freedom to Vote Act, which would have been anybody can vote, right? Anybody, right? And required senators to hold the. They're insane. They're literally insane. People forget about this shit. Like now, and I'm not lying, but I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Chuck Schumer announces 2025 agenda if Democrats sweep, eyeing filibuster changes. So at this point, it's pretty clear. If you're on that side and you choose that team, you're literally like in the Matrix. You're choosing the blue team, and they are going to swarm the shit out of you. And they are going to, the world's going to change so much that all the things you think that the world is today will be gone. The robots will come. And then you'll be the one that forces us to be in containers. There will be no basic income thing. Anybody who thinks in history basic income will happen is insane. Taurus will never do that. It squares Aquarius, it squares Leo. So it means that the people eventually would never do that because they want to go up and down and have freedom. Leo, the king, will never do that. Just give his whole coffers out and pay everybody every day for no work. And Scorpio won't do that because unless they're getting fucked by the person, why would they want to do that? That's why I love astrology. So, but this is our goodbye show from these studios of 7 years. I want to thank everybody who's been on High Vibe. If you're not, we'd love to have you back, of course, especially the app. Everything is so badass. And thank you, Natalie, for doing this show here. I know we're going to continue it, but it's just like it's been a... Whew.
I'm getting emotional.
It's emotional. I mean, it's
I feel very lucky that I got to come in and be a part of the High Vibe family. And I'm not just talking about the people here. I mean, Anne, I consider one of my best friends. There's you. There's now Sophia and Aurora, who is just the funniest child.
Brian.
Tamara, Brian, so many incredible people that have come through these doors, and then we're not even talking about the incredible high vibers that have come to some or
Right.
all of the events. Some of them I consider really good friends as well, and creating really special and funny memories. And during lockdown, just something as simple as sitting and watching a movie, and we existed in our own world in that time. Do you know what I mean? Like we were keeping our own hours. The shows got later and later and later, but it was...
Yeah, but we popped the glass ceiling and let people see things that they weren't being shown.
Absolutely. But it just... While I do feel that the time here is done and it really is time to move on, and I'm so excited for the next chapter, today and tomorrow are just bittersweet. Incredible to be a part of it, and I'm grateful that you created this space. I'm grateful that you've welcomed so many incredible people in, so therefore I get to be a part of their lives and vice versa. And I'm so excited about what comes next. But I'm really happy we got to do one last show here, because I really didn't know that we
Yeah, I
would
would
be
have
able
never
to.
predicted the last show would be in the music studio and then me split screening it because I don't want to be changing the cameras because all of the stuff's packed. And I'm literally taking this out and that's it. Like, and then I'm kind of in between for about a week and a half here.
Yeah.
So maybe long, maybe 2 weeks, but at least I found the new spot and I'm working on the lease right now, but that's not a instant day thing. At least I've got the offer, and now it's with my accountant and them and figuring little things out. And now I got to get a new business license over in Irvine and all that shit. So,
and then it's just getting set up. And while you're amazing with all the computers and the tech and all of that, it takes time.
It takes time.
So we may be remote for a few weeks. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, and I'm moving once I get it though, but I'm moving my home studio there for more stuff, because I'm not going to have anything at home. My life, my wife, my child are the most important thing, my personal life. For me, having this new place, this place is light, but it's dark, meaning like this room has no windows.
Yeah.
Like being in a warehouse and I don't know, it just is, that's why I like the new place is it's got all windows. It's sunny. It's going to be more daytime stuff. It's not, in my life, I can't be up at night doing all this shit.
We're doing the opposite to Pluto.
Yeah. And maybe it is a collective thing going on with all this change, but in my chart, it is full blown hardcore Pluto. All my chart is, everything that's happening is on my chart. Exact. So I'm like, fuck. Like, okay, it's forcing me to change, and
We're embracing it.
I'm embracing it, and for the first time in my life, it's like I didn't do a horoscope yesterday. I was just like, sorry, everybody, I'm fucking taking it apart. Like, there's no way.
It's a lot, and anyone that has been here before, if you were to walk in right now, you would absolutely be shocked. It's something else. And just
I can't believe there's that much shit.
I can. But I
There's
said,
somebody like me who's collected it, and I just fly by the seat of my pants. I'm a manifesting generator. I'm just like, we need that, and we get that, and we build that, and I just kept building and building and building. And now it's like, taking it all down, it's like, I have that much shit. Ronnie looks at me, he's like, what the fuck? You have this, and then you do this. And then I have all my family shit and all my family history, and it's like, oh my God. I couldn't even, the amount of books I have, it's like thousands of pounds. All the stage stuff, everything. It's just first I was like, it's a nightmare, but right now I'm in the.
there's often something therapeutic in going through all of that. And so I used to be quite sentimental and hold on to a lot of things. And then I went through a period in my life where I moved, I think it was 7 times in 3 years. It was a lot. And so the first move, I carted everything, or almost everything. The next move, I got a little more brutal. By the last move, I was down to the sentimental things that had value. Everything else was donated, recycled, or thrown away. Just done. And there is something incredibly cleansing about going through stuff and purging a lot of it, giving it away, selling it, whatever. So also for anyone that's watching, if you didn't already know, there is a massive sale happening here tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. David's going to be here, Anne's going to be here, I'm going to be here, and we're clearing stuff out. So if you want a memento or if there's stuff that you need.
Yeah, and we put stuff up on OfferUp. My Facebook Marketplace, they just shut down because there's so much activity or something weird on it. We're talking about Deep Love Tarot card decks that I use to every kind of weird Leo King high vibe thing that I'm parting ways with, just to move on. And I just want to say this, that like what's hard is I started this a long time ago, and it's been about building it. And then 2012 was a big marker point for me with this channel and daily horoscopes. And then even then I was on Yahoo and I had done all the reality shows as an astrologer prior, but like building it up to where by 2019 I was the world's most famous astrologer. 2022. And then I called out the shot, called out COVID because of the astrology, because I had predicted it years prior what was about to happen. And so building and having all that momentum and building this and then for people to just say fuck him because it goes against, like, I don't feel like a victim for it. People can still hate me. The lesson for me is a light worker. That's the light work. If you're not disrupting and making people to where they're going to be like so pissed at you and not like you when it's truth, because I can't imagine anybody who's like, I fucking hate this dude, when it's like, well, then fuck, he was right. And damn, he does care and he does put it all. Because I can't believe these astrologers making their fucking, what are those called? You make a site and take a subscription, a Patreon. $45 and they give you 2 videos a month. $45. I started it at $5.99 a month if you did the 6-month plan on the Leo King app. Right now, a 6-month plan is $59.99, so I've kept it at $9.99 with inflation and shit. Since that app started 10 years ago. And deliver over 15,000 videos. I stopped there, but it's like 20 or something, or 21,000. It's over 4.5 years that I've been behind the camera talking in the last 10 years. That's how many minutes. And I can't believe that we're in a world where, for some reason, there's just the biggest fucking hate on me. And I'm just like, whatever. I've had to learn to just say, fuck it, whatever. That if you think I did it for the money, oh, trust me, I would have quit this a long time ago. To keep this place up with tens of thousands of people upset by what I said about a shot in 2020 before it came out and predicting its failure. And then saying, oh, it's because you're a Trumper. And it's like, yeah, I'm such a Trumper that I said the shot is the most stupidest thing that's ever going to happen. My joke is, if you think I fucking love Trump so much, it's like, you know what, you're right. I fucking jerk off to him every day. Come on. You know what I mean? Fucking, so, these people, it's just it's like my lesson of just I'm showing, because there's so many people that want me to fail. All these little astrologers out there want me to fail. All these other people, they just want me to fail because they're just so pissed. Because they'll never do it.
Jealousy is a curse.
And even with this, sure, it's not about size, not about how big this thing is. It's just about, hey, I fucking did what nobody else in that community has ever done and will ever do. And the next thing is going to blow their fucking minds. And they're going to be fucking pissed again. Or they could join the coalition of being a light worker and actually do the real shit. And that's what I'm calling on anybody who watches this who doesn't like me. Are you really ready to join? Or are you really just ready to just get lost in the sauce and just watch the fluff again? Because really, you're just in avoidance. And that's not what Pluto and Capricorn is. Like, what did you expect with Pluto and Capricorn? It to be about fluff? Sorry.
A lot of people don't want to be challenged. They want to live in their bubble. I speak to people like this all the time, not necessarily about astrology, but I have friends who I love, and they know the things that interest me. They know the books I read. They know that I follow all the news stories, and especially because of this show. And they say to me, I don't want to know. I like living in my bubble, and no matter how many conversations I have about knowledge is power, all of that stuff, they don't want to know.
They take it for granted because when it's gone.
But for some people, this is their path and their journey to figure that out.
Yeah, and so we'll see what happens here. I would say that if you're a soul out there and you're still believing in that shit out there, there's literally, I can't even believe it, we are literally a week away from everybody's worst nightmare who keep following that coming true.
Maybe it'll wake some people up.
With that, when the eclipses hit, we put on Capricorn. Remember, these are the last eclipses coming up here in the next month that will literally be the last Pluto and Capricorn eclipses. And they are not going to bring you balance and harmony in the world. It's the South Node in Libra. And with the North Node being in Aries and a lunar eclipse on Neptune in Pisces, square Jupiter with Jupiter square Saturn shit, the circus is going to literally be realized that it was MK Ultra and everybody in there is running around like a donkey, and they're Pinocchio who just was like, fuck everyone, I'm gonna go run just with, yeah, I'm gonna go be a star of like this shit. And fucking, you're gonna be praying for that blue fucking fairy. You're gonna be praying for Jiminy Cricket. And that's what's going to be creepy, is the world's going to go back to Pluto Capricorn. It's going to bring up everything of the last 16 years in your life. Did you have the courage to do something more than yourself? That's what Capricorn is, something more than yourself. Or was it just about you? Did you give up on doing things for the world and destiny and actually doing things of integrity? Or did you fucking call it integrity by following like horrible things like trying to censor people?
So the
or
people,
do any of those kind of things.
The people that did follow their calling and the higher good, all of that, will they find these eclipses easier to navigate?
It'll be harder because you have to still stay on the... It's the ultimate test of like, sure you did it, but I'm not paying you off until you do it all the way, even when it's going to feel like we're going to lose. And that's what's crazy, is when you see the high off the DNC and thinking, oh my God, like, that is a drunk ass person leaving a club, walking into a car and about to be in a DUI and kill other people. That's what we just saw.
Well, at least life's not boring.
No. And the worst is, they think they're getting in an Uber when really they're going to get so upset because they're going to hear something that was all MK Ultra trying to subliminally, Neptune Pisces, age of deception, that was put in there to trigger them to go crazy, kill the Uber driver, and drive away and go, let me go get my dick chopped off. It was all a lie. Oh my, what do I do? And no, you can't go to CVS and buy estrogen or testosterone over the counter. You know. So, good luck. I have no problem saying it like that with Pluto opposed my sun and shit. Like, good luck. You've lost the understanding of love and light fully. And you're taking away the rights of other people, and you're literally pushing the agendas that made the Roman Empire fall the agendas that always take away so much of the good for the people, which always start to get into this gender mismatching. And you're trying to be a magician. That's the magician card reversed. You're trying to redo the natural order of the universe. It's going to bite back hard. We already are so far down the line with mRNA, with all this trans shit, with all of it, it's going to bite back so hard. It's already fucked up our population. It's already fucked up our babies there's no babies like being born, right? So little now. Look at the jobs that they lied to you about. Like, it's all going to compress so hard that the people that have been following it are going to realize, fuck. And I hope they'll turn, but it's kind of crazy because Pluto doesn't come back into Aqua till after the election, and then not till about April we see that Saturn Neptune creep into Aries there, and at that moment with the eclipses in March, that solar eclipse in Pisces on the North Node with Neptune and all that ready to move in, Venus that's about to retrograde, Mercury, and Mars just finishing its Pluto opposition is the X point where all prophecies of Nostradamus, John Dee's stuff, all of the ancient stuff I've researched it for fucking years and I've predicted the date. We'll never go back to anything we even understood. So if you make the choice now to be on the right side of things, you're fine. If you're not, that dystopian South being a traitor and a loyalist to a fucking horrible fucking monarch is coming to haunt you and will never leave you for the rest of your lives, not just this life. There's no there is a path of no forgiveness at moments by God. Meaning there's another system and universe where I'm not there. People don't think about that. And I would not want to end up there. Because we can't, as a human, conceive what it is because we only think in human terms, meaning whatever creature form, you can't even call it that, but whatever thing that they push you out into and make you into, and whatever that scenario is like, is something you and I or nobody could even concept or think of. And it makes this seem like the most golden thing that you ruined because you just didn't want to do the right thing and you fell for propaganda when it was right in your face and everybody was trying to tell you, like, the universe has shown you all the exits away from this dark road, and people are choosing it right now, like, because of a fucking crazy song and some freedom, freedom. You know, that literally is a song to hell. Every time I hear it, it's a song to hell, and it's an MK Ultra thing. It's like the South, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna have slaves. Fucking, we keep slavery. Fuck yeah. She's not Indian anymore, by the way, so.
No, she's black.
It's all good. DEI. Whatever you want to be, whenever you want to be.
Unless you're a white male.
Right. That's what's weird. I mean, it doesn't affect me just because, I don't know, everybody thinks I'm fucking, you name it, they think I'm it. So.
Well, in fairness, you are a minority, Dutch Indonesian.
Yeah, on one side, and then the other side I'm pure English, Scottish, so. I mean, Edward III's my 14th great grandfather. Every president, I'm in that line. They're all my Trump's my 12th cousin, 4th removed.
That's crazy.
Obama's my 9th cousin. George Bush is my 8th cousin. George Bush Sr. is my 7th cousin.
The fact that some kid did the family
Abraham Lincoln's my cousin. I'm in that tree. Like, that's my whole line.
But the kid that did the family tree of all the presidents, and they're all related
That's what I'm saying.
except for Trump. And you're apparently in there as well.
I'm in there with Trump, but I'm not in there with. Well, Reagan's also another cousin of mine, really close. Nixon, but it's rare to have Trump, and I do have Trump. Washington, which is really rare because he didn't have kids.
Huh. So it's through one of his siblings' lines?
On Georgie, I can tell you right now. So I've been working on, my family's been holding my ancestry since the beginning, and the torch passed to me when my dad died, and I've spent the last 3 years, as you know, doing it all, and I was blessed that my family had the records before computers and typed it out and handwritten and and then of course Sophia's family, like, she comes from a Mormon family originally, and they're very into genealogy, and then Ronnie's been here, and it was like a set of events that just happened with I have the craziest tree, but then it was like my now grandmother-in-law was like, oh, like let's hook up trees. Oh, we're related, far back. She's like my 9th cousin. And then it was like, oh, okay. Like, Ronnie was like, oh, hold on, use this app by the Mormon church that fucking, connects all that. So the one that you're talking about, that kid that does all that, and there we go, relativefinder.org. And it's through Family Search, which is through the Mormon Church. This is gonna blow your mind. It's literally the craziest thing, because I knew, or Ann knows, like, I'm related to so many kings, all that shit, right? But it was like, wait, hold on a sec. It was like, you got to be kidding me. Like Isaac Newton, I can go on, like, it's crazy, but like, when it comes to the U.S. presidents, Abraham Lincoln, like, my number closest one is James Garfield, because my family, and Taft, because my great-great-grandmother's last name is Taft. She was literally cousins with President Taft, but then Garfield's actually my first cousin 6 times removed, like, first cousin.
What does 6 times, 5 times removed mean?
It's just like the layers, right?
Generations?
First cousin, it's direct line.
Okay.
Right? Through great-grandparents and through their, right? So it's very, like, boom, right? So on here, what you can do is you can go, all right, I can look at groups, and I can go to the featured ones, and, like, they have U.S. presidents and all that stuff. So on the U.S. president group, Garfield, Martin Van Buren, Thomas Woodrow Wilson, John Adams, George H.W. Bush is my 7th cousin, twice removed, right? John Quincy Adams is my 4th cousin, 9 times removed. Franklin Pierce, who I hate, 5th cousin. Abraham Lincoln is my 6th cousin, 6 times removed. So I can go view the relationship and see from my tree. And of course, it's from my Palmer line, and it goes all the way up to where, John Whitman, who married Ruth Reed, and that was through Abraham Lincoln's line right here, through his dad's line, Thomas Lincoln.
Meanwhile, I'm over here from Polish peasant stock. I guarantee there's no royalty in my bloodlines.
Grant, Cleveland, Grover Cleveland, FDR, Calvin Coolidge, Harding, Richard Nixon's my 8th cousin, 2nd removed. William Taft's my 8th cousin, 2 times removed. George W. Bush is my 9th cousin, just straight 9th cousin. Thomas Jefferson's my 5th cousin, 9 times removed. Fillmore's my 6th cousin, 7 times. Eisenhower's my 7th cousin. Theodore Roosevelt's my 7th cousin. Ford's my 9th cousin. Hoover's my 9th cousin. Andrew Jackson's my 6th cousin. George Washington's my 6th cousin, 8 times removed. So George Washington is related to me through Margaret Sutton back in 1492, who married John Butler, he was born 1491. And the Butler comes through, Matthew Taft and my Taft line. Because literally, my grandfather's Walter Lyle, my great-grandfather's Walter Lyle Palmer. I'm David Palmer. My dad's Lawrence Palmer, so I'm David Lawrence Palmer. Then Walter Lyle Palmer, George Walter Palmer, and that's George Palmer and Elmira Elizabeth States Taft. She was born by Abigail Taft, John Taft. Like, my great-great-grandmother's a Taft. So that's how you have to be in that lineage thing. And that's what's weird is I kind of knew it, but then to get the confirmation, like, full blown is a little weird because it's not like I've put in like 7 people now in a row and they don't have one relative. So Donald John Trump is my 12th cousin 2 times removed. But he's in there, and I'm like, that is crazy because it goes back to 1555 to 1590 when our relations go all the way back to during the time of Henry VIII. That's how we're connected.
That's incredible.
Right? So Trump's my family. But they all are. But not Kamala, not Biden. That's what's really weird. They're not in that line.
But Obama is in one of the lines.
Obama is in that line, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Obama's not going to fuck over that line. Why did Hillary lose?
Are they not in there somewhere? The Clintons?
I'm sure they are. They're just not on
Yours.
mine or the stack of the big names. So.
Meanwhile, I'm going to claim the role of queen in my line.
Yeah, I mean, then that's like the last thing is like that's the craziest was like Anne's a history professor. That's her job, her life. We both do that show. And I just was like, I went on here and I'm just like, wait, what? Like, Edward the Fourth is my 14th great-grandfather direct? And then that makes Henry my first cousin. Henry the Eighth and Seventh and all of them, like the whole Tudor line. And Elizabeth the First is my first cousin too. It's like View Group, like Edward the Fourth, 14th great grandfather, and so that puts Henry the Eighth as my first cousin, 14 times removed because 14 generations, right? Margaret Tudor, Elizabeth the First is my second cousin, 13 times removed. James the Fourth is my second cousin. Mary the First is my second cousin. Jane Grey is my third cousin. It's funny because also on my Palmer side, they fought for Jane Grey, and then he got killed.
Well, it also
for them and got hung and died in the Tower of London.
But it also makes sense that you intrinsically have an interest in that whole era of history, even before you knew all this, because ancestrally,
I know it's true.
They're part of your lineage, and I think that plays a part in it.
Yeah, that my lineage is part of Pluto, Capricorn, and Aquarius every time as major players. And I know I'm a major player in it because I know that all the shit I did will be looked back and people will be like, well, who was calling that out before it happened? Directly, like, this will happen, So, for all the haters out there, good luck because you're dealing with a line that's too long of ancestors that, sorry that you tried, but
oh shucks,
didn't happen. Shucks. So.
All right, we got to go because
Yep,
I've got to go to
clear
bed
this
so I
room
can
out.
get back here.
And much love to you all. Thanks for being part of this journey with us and as it moves to the next chapter.